Chapter 3208. Time passed and the sun and moon changed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since the War of the Heavens. The heavenly court was shattered, opportunities were everywhere, and Yuan Qi was rich. After the era of the two emperors, the Middle Worlds ushered in an unprecedented era full of vitality. It had only been 1,000 years, but the 3,000 realms had already experienced a drastic change, with each passing day and the moon changing. Wu Dao had been passed down. All living beings born in the past 1,000 years would attempt to cultivate martial arts. Naturally, they would be able to sense the spirit contained within martial arts. The beings of the 10,000 races who had witnessed and experienced the War of the Heavens felt this spirit even more strongly. Although Great Emperor Araki Takashi had died, the fire seed of Wu Dao's spirit had been planted. The spirits of the 10,000 races who had been suppressed and enslaved for several eras were obviously gradually recovering. Even the old man with the iron crown could feel that not only the sword domain, heaven wasteland domain, and other domains who had participated in the War of the Heavens, but also the other domains, there were more and more hot-blooded and heroic men emerging. The Middle Worlds were becoming better and better. On this day, the old man with the iron crown returned to heaven wasteland domain. Immortal King Ling Long, Feng Cantian, and the others appeared. Over the years, the old man with the iron crown had been secretly following Su Zimo around, waiting for the Academy Patriarch to appear. Now that the old man with the iron crown had suddenly returned, no one knew what the outcome of this matter was. He never appeared, right? Elder Xian asked. The old man with the iron crown nodded with a solemn expression. As long as the Academy Patriarch was not eliminated, he would always be a hidden danger. Senior, why are you back? The little fox asked with a worried expression. Su Zimo was alone. Without the protection of the old man with the iron crown, he might still encounter danger. Zimo asked me to come back and take the last step. The old man with the iron crown said. He probably guessed that the Academy Patriarch would not appear. If we want to solve this hidden danger, there is another way, which is to prove our Dao before him. If the old man with the iron crown could prove his Dao before the Patriarch, the Academy Patriarch would not be a threat. Given the character of the Patriarch of the Academy, he might not even show up and directly ascend to the vast thousand world. The reason why the Patriarch of the Academy did not appear previously might be because he deduced that you were protecting Zimo and was wary of him. Feng Cantian muttered, now that you have left, the Patriarch of the Academy might take action. The old man with the iron crown smiled faintly and said, if he dares to show himself, that place is the best. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They all understood the meaning behind the old man's words. Zimo had a breakthrough? Feng Cantian quickly asked. The elder with the iron crown nodded and said, he has already become a quasi-emperor. So fast. Feng Cantian was speechless. One had to know that 1,000 years ago, just like Su Zimo, he had just ascended to the perfected Grotto Heaven stage. Even though the heavenly court had been destroyed, the surrounding heaven-earth essence chi was much denser than before. Even so, it was still extremely difficult to make any progress in the past 1,000 years. Even with his talent, he had yet to become a quasi-emperor. On the other hand, Su Zimo had cultivated 5 Grotto Heavens and required far more heaven-earth essence chi than him. Who would have thought that Su Zimo would become a quasi-emperor before him? Feng Cantian nodded slightly and felt gratified. He said, if that's the case, Zimo must have obtained many fortuitous encounters in the outside world. Fortuitous encounters. At the mention of this, the old man with the iron crown hesitated for a moment and said, it can't be considered fortuitous encounters. His condition is a little strange. Even I can't see through it. Sometimes, he just sits there quietly in a daze. I don't know what he is thinking about. But not long after, his body will emit an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. Even I feel a little shocked by this energy. Everyone looked at each other in shock. What kind of energy could make the old man with the iron crown feel shocked? He might be comprehending some kind of forbidden technique. The old man with the iron crown pondered and said, however, his cultivation realm is not high enough and he can't unleash the true forbidden technique. Normally, one would need to reach the emperor realm to have the chance to comprehend forbidden techniques. However, Su Zimo's situation was very different from others. Others had only witnessed or experienced the war of the heavens. Imperial emperor experts like the old man with the iron crown had at most fought with the heavenly court's imperial emperors. However, Wu Dao's original body had fought against the various heavenly court's masters in the war of the heavens back then. The two true bodies were mentally connected. Even though Su Zimo had already lost the perception of Wu Dao's original body, the situation of the battle back then was already reflected in his mind. This was a battle between the top experts. This was a battle between great emperors. Although he was only a peak king, he had the experience of fighting against various great emperors. This kind of experience was the most precious experience and also the greatest fortuitous encounter. The dazzling Dao techniques were contained in the battle between Wu Dao's original body and the various heavenly court's masters. Recalling that battle, Su Zimo also tried to comprehend the Dao and Dao techniques that appeared in that battle. This kind of memory was not something that he witnessed, but something that he personally experienced. No one was closer than him and felt the impact and baptism of those powerful Dao techniques more deeply than him. The old man with the iron crown continued, after he became a quasi-emperor, I was still a little worried. After all, there is a huge difference between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor. However, later on, when I wanted to continue following him, I could no longer find any traces of him. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. Even the old man with the iron crown had lost track of him. In this world, apart from the great emperors, there was probably no one who could threaten Su Zimo. Feng Cantian said in a low voice, after all, Zimo is the only 12th grade creation in the world, Qinglian. He has also cultivated 5 unprecedented grotto heavens. With his current cultivation, if he can step into the great emperor realm, he might be able to fight against a great emperor. It's too difficult. The old man with the iron crown shook his head. After all, a great emperor had risen to another level. Even if the old man with the iron crown knew that his combat strength was far greater than 1,000 years ago, he still had no chance of winning against a great emperor. Moreover, Su Zimo had just stepped into the great emperor realm. Since ancient times, only great emperor Araki Takashi had been able to fight against a true great emperor at the initial stage of the great emperor realm. Moreover, Su Zimo had cultivated 5 grotto heavens. If he wanted to step into the great emperor realm, there was a bottleneck that was difficult to break through. Zimo can support 5 grotto heavens, but he can't support 5 worlds. This is too taxing on his primordial spirit. Not to mention him, even I can't bear it. Only by fusing 5 grotto heavens into one can he evolve a world and step into the great emperor realm. The old man with the iron crown said, however, the 5 grotto heavens nurture 5 different Dao techniques. It's almost impossible to fuse these Dao techniques into one world. Not to mention fusing 5 grotto heavens, with the grotto heavens that Su Zimo had cultivated, fusing 2 grotto heavens would probably cause them to explode and collapse immediately. Immortal King Ling Long said, Qinglian originated from the Great Thousand Worlds. This might be the key to his breakthrough. Chapter 3209. In the depths of the underworld river, in a corner of the ruins at the center of the Blood Sea. Wu Dao's original body lay on a pile of broken battle armor corpses, staring at the gray sky above his head, motionless. It took him 1,000 years to completely reconstruct his body, restore his vitality, and wake up. The injuries this time were too serious. He even thought that he had died. The last memory of Wu Dao's original body was that he escaped into the Blood Sea. After his consciousness sank into darkness, he seemed to see a cluster of fire, which made his soul feel a trace of warmth. It was only a few days ago that he gradually woke up. After the reconstruction, his body and bloodline were clearly different from before. Wu Dao's original body sensed that he had integrated the prison-suppressing cauldron into his bloodline. The prison-suppressing cauldron was not only an emperor divine weapon, but also contained the blood and souls of the 4 great sacred beasts. It was of great help to his body, bloodline, and soul recovery. It was just that the Great Tribulation was too terrifying. His martial universe and Yuanwu world had been reduced to dust. It would most likely take a long time for him to recover. What made him feel both gratified and surprised was that there was extremely rich Genesis Qi in the surroundings of the ruins. Normally speaking, only the Great Thousand Domains could produce Genesis Qi. How could there be such rich Genesis Qi in the ruins? Or was there some connection between the ruins and the Great Thousand Domains? So far, his body was still extremely weak, and he had almost no strength. It was extremely difficult for him to turn over and sit up. Wu Dao's original body was not in a hurry. Since he had already woken up, and there was such rich Genesis Qi around him, he would definitely be able to recover and even go further. He swept his gaze around, and it fell on the black-robed man sitting at the edge of the blood sea not far away. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be this black-robed man's doing that he was able to survive and be brought here. Wu Dao's original body was not surprised that there was someone in the depths of the blood sea. He had thought of this before falling into the blood sea and losing consciousness. The first time he crossed the underworld river, he had seen a dilapidated ancient ship next to the cluster of fire. And the second time he was chased by the heavenly tribulation of the Great Thousand Domains. When he arrived above the blood sea, the dilapidated ancient ship next to the cluster of fire had disappeared. The entire sea of blood was deathly still, without a single ripple. If there was no one around, the dilapidated ancient ship wouldn't have moved. Not long after he woke up, Wu Dao's original body had asked about the black-robed man's identity. However, the black-robed man didn't respond. He just sat beside the blood sea, as if he didn't want to pay attention to him, as if he didn't hear anything. Wu Dao asked several times but received no response. Thus, Wu Dao's main body didn't insist any further. Even if the black-robed man didn't say anything, he could probably guess something. The Nether River was connected to the Netherworld and the 4 paths of hell, and the center of the Nether River was surrounded by a sea of blood. In the depths of the blood sea, there was another ruin. The black-robed man in the ruins was very likely related to the Devil Master, the Evil Emperor, and the Brahma Ghost Mother. The black-robed man might be the master of the heavenly Tao or the human Tao, or he might have other identities. However, Wu Dao's original body was puzzled as to why this black-robed man had never appeared in the War of the Heavens for several eras. Neither the Devil Master or the Evil Emperor mentioned this person. Just a drop of blood in the blood sea could create a weapon like the Netherworld treasure mirror, which helped him withstand the impact of a heavenly tribulation. How did the surrounding sea of blood form? Where did this pile of corpses and broken halberds come from? The strength of this black-robed man was unfathomable. He was probably not inferior to the Devil Master and the Evil Emperor. 1,000 years ago, the barrier between the 3 realms shattered. Why didn't this black-robed man leave and go to the greater thousand world? Why did he save him? All kinds of doubts lingered in the heart of Wu Dao's original body. As he thought, he waited patiently, absorbing the vitality around him, slowly healing his body, resting, and waiting for his recovery. The Infernal Court. The original Infernal Court was dilapidated and incomplete, causing the creatures of Infernal Court to be unable to break through to the Emperor realm. However, 1,000 years ago, the Lord of Hell returned, and the Infernal Court began to rapidly repair. Now, it had recovered to its original state. The strength of the Infernal Court was unprecedentedly powerful. On this day, a dark shadow descended in the sky above the Infernal Court. Many of the Infernal Court's imperial emperors did not notice. Only a figure lying in the depths of the 9 springs of hell suddenly opened his eyes and slowly floated out of the water, his figure flickering. In the next moment, this person had already arrived in the sky above the Infernal Court. Fengdu, what's the matter? The Lord of Hell looked at the dark shadow in the sky and raised his eyebrows. TSK, your strength recovered very quickly. Fengdu praised. At this time, the Lord of Hell had already stepped into the Emperor realm. Under normal circumstances, even if the Lord of Hell came back from the dead, his cultivation base could not recover so quickly. Because the barrier between the three realms shattered, although the time was very short, it also caused the Lord of Hell's cultivation base to skyrocket, greatly reducing the time it took to recover to the peak. Fengdu said, according to this trend, you will be able to return to the peak in another 1,000 years or so. Almost. The Lord of Hell nodded slightly. He was different from others. For the creatures of the middle world, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to become a great emperor. There were countless barriers in the middle. But for the Lord of Hell, he did not need to cultivate any path. He only needed to recuperate, and his combat power would gradually recover until he reached the upper limit of the middle world and reached the level of a great emperor. This time, you chose to be reborn in the infernal court. It must be for revenge, right? Fengdu asked. At the mention of this, a hint of gloominess flashed across the Lord of Hell's eyes. He said slowly, Avicii has imprisoned me for so long. I have to give something in return. What are your plans? Fengdu asked. I want to destroy Buddha. Any ancient books related to Buddhism in the middle world will be burned. Any creature that cultivates Buddhism will have to die. At the mention of this, the Lord of Hell's eyes glowed with a bloody light, and his murderous aura was surging. Only crazy revenge and bloody massacre could vent the anger and resentment in his heart all these years. Even in the Great Thousand World, he had never suffered such torment and pain. Everything that had to do with the Emperor of Infinity and the Dharma of Buddhism would vanish from this world. Haha. Fengdu was not surprised by the Lord of Hell's madness. He only chuckled and asked, You have been imprisoned for so long. Is it enough to just destroy Buddha? The Lord of Hell looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Fengdu said, Before the War of the Heavens, a cultivator from the middle world came to find me and wanted to work with me. How can an ant from the middle world be worthy of working with you? Would you be interested in him? The Lord of Hell laughed disdainfully. This person's suggestion is very interesting. Fengdu said, at that time, his suggestion was only a slight possibility. There was no hope. However, the outcome of the War of the Heavens 1,000 years ago was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only was the heavenly court destroyed, but the lords of the heavenly court returned to the Great Thousand World. Even the two great emperors, Araki Takashi and Shuedai, died. All of this was more perfect than what he had predicted. Fengdu's eyes shone brightly. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. What does that person want to do? The Lord of Hell frowned. Work with me to rebuild the heavenly court. Fengdu said word by word. Chapter 32:10. Re-establish the heavenly court? The Lord of Hell smiled faintly and said, This person doesn't have much foresight. He only wants to rule the middle world. The Lord of Hell was obviously not interested in re-establishing the heavenly court. He chose to be reborn in the infernal world, but it was only a temporary stay. After stirring up a storm of blood in the 3,000 worlds, he would ascend to the greater world. Of course not. Fengdu said, He will choose to ascend to the greater world, but before that, he will help me re-establish the heavenly court. Moreover, from the moment the heavenly court is re-established, the living beings of the middle world will have to obtain the heavenly court's approval if they want to ascend to the greater world. Moreover, he promised me that after the heavenly court is established, he will not stay in the middle world for too long. He will ascend to the greater world. When that time comes, I will be the new lord of the heavenly court. The underworld and the heavenly court will be under my control. I will become the unprecedented lord of the heavens and earth, who will rule over all races. Fengdu was very excited when he mentioned this. He paused for a while and said, You know that I can't ascend to the greater world, so what I want to do is to control everything in the middle world. The Lord of Hell said, Your situation is special. It is difficult for you to prove your Tao. If someone proves their Tao in the middle world and becomes a great emperor, they can overthrow the heavenly court. Your so-called Lord of the heavens and earth will not last long. No. Fengdu smiled evilly and said, after re-establishing the heavenly court, the first thing I want to do is to enslave the living beings of the middle world. Oh. The Lord of Hell looked around. Fengdu said slowly, the heavenly court in the past only sealed the middle world and built a prison to enslave and imprison the bodies of the living beings of the middle world. What I want to do is to use the curse of Yen Sheng to control the emperors of the living beings of the middle world. I want to enslave and control their souls, spirits, and even consciousness. Through these emperors, I can control the living beings of the 3,000 worlds. Fengdu was very experienced in this aspect. Back then, he used the curse of Yen Sheng to control a small number of emperors. He used both kindness and power to control the Dragon World, Wudong World, and many other worlds. Fengdu smiled sinisterly and said, enslaving the corporeal bodies of all living beings is only the lowest level method. What I want to do is to enslave everything about them. The thoughts of the living beings of every race will be under my influence. Even if someone has achieved the martial monarch realm, they will still have to obey my orders. Even the Lord of Hell, who was a cruel and bloodthirsty person, felt a chill run down his spine when he heard this. Such methods were even more vicious than the 9 heavens. There's a problem here. The Lord of Hell suddenly said, that person proposed this cooperation before the War of the Heavens. In fact, the possibility of success is very low. He didn't know the outcome of this generation's War of the Heavens. He also didn't know that Araki Takashi and Xue Dai would die. He also didn't know that I would return. This also means that if the two of you want to join forces to establish the heavenly court, he will have to prove his Tao and become a grand emperor of a middle world. The possibility of that happening is also very low. He has no confidence at all. The reason he proposed this cooperation with you is most likely because he's using you. The King of Hell pointed out the crux of the matter. He. Fengdu was not surprised. He chuckled and said, of course, I know that he's using me. However, even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I'm willing to give him a chance and gamble on him. Therefore, after that meeting, I gave you the heavenly burial scripture and many cultivation resources, as well as treasures of heaven and earth, so that you can help him with his cultivation and cultivation. The Lord of Hell looked at Fengdu with a faint smile and asked, didn't you do anything to him and leave a mark on him? There's no need for that. Fengdu smiled and said, this person is very smart. Even if he proves his Tao and becomes a grand emperor, he will still have to be respectful to me. This person is very ambitious. He's decisive and patient. He's ruthless and heartless. If he can ascend to the great 1,000 world, he won't be a nobody. You should be able to use him. Oh. The Lord of Hell was surprised and said, it's not easy to get such an evaluation from you. Fengdu said, this person came to me that day and analyzed many possible scenarios of the War of the Heavens. He's very meticulous and can see through people's hearts. He's good at politics. He's worth using. Why did you come to me this time? The Lord of Hell asked. Fengdu said, since you've been reborn in hell, there's no need for me to wait for him to prove his Tao. After 1,000 years, when you become a grand emperor, you can help me rebuild the heavenly court. I don't know how long it'll take for him to achieve his Tao. The sooner the better. If it's too late, I'm afraid there will be other changes. Heh, the Lord of Hell laughed disdainfully and asked, what kind of variables can there be? Araki Takashi and Xue Dai are dead. More than half of the imperial emperors in the middle world have ascended. Their strength is greatly reduced. Are you worried that someone will prove his Tao and become a grand emperor again? That's only one of the reasons. Fengdu seemed to have thought of something and his face turned gloomy. He said slowly, in fact, Araki Takashi hasn't completely died. He still has a real body in the middle world. Although this real body's realm is not high enough, its potential is not to be underestimated. If he cultivates to the great circle of the Grand Emperor realm, it will be very troublesome. Why? The Lord of Hell raised his eyebrows and asked, can a great circle of the Grand Emperor realm defeat a Grand Emperor? It's highly possible. Fengdu said, Araki Takashi's real body was only at the great circle of the Grotto Heaven realm during the War of the Heavens, but it showed the combat power of a Grand Emperor realm. In addition, his real body is the 12th grade Qinglian. You know the origin of this Qinglian. The Lord of Hell heard this and his expression changed. He asked, the Qinglian of the creation? Yes. Fengdu nodded. The Qinglian of the creation is in his body. The Lord of Hell murmured and then looked at the river Styx. He was deep in thought. Fengdu's eyes flashed and he said, Araki Takashi's real body of the Qinglian has many opportunities. He cultivated 5 Grotto Heavens, which is unprecedented. He also cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and many other forbidden scriptures. Hearing the words Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the Lord of Hell's murderous aura burst out. He almost lost control. He narrowed his eyes and said, he cultivated the Seamless Sutra. Not only that. Fengdu said, to be precise, he is the only successor of the Seamless Emperor in the 3,000 realms. Not only does he have the Seamless Emperor's cultivation technique, but even the prison-suppressing cauldron is in his hands. However, it was shattered during the War of the Heavens. Araki Takashi, the Qinglian of the creation, the Lord of Hell smirked and a bloody light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said faintly, go back. 1,000 years later, I will help you establish the heavenly court and become the Lord of the heavens and earth. As for this Araki Takashi, I will end him with my own hands. Anyone who had anything to do with the Seamless Emperor had to die. Chapter 32:11. Time flew by like a shuttle. It had been more than 2,000 years since the War of the Heavens. 2,000 years, to the cultivators of various races, was like a fleeting moment. Ever since the War of the Heavens, the Middle World had fallen into an unprecedented period of peace. There were no major wars or disturbances. In all the major domains, the beings of all races were recuperating. The vitality was rich, and opportunities were everywhere in the 3,000 domains. It was a scene of prosperity. The Heaven Domain. Before the War of the Heavens, the 3 corpses of the Lord of the Underworld used the Heaven Domain as a tomb to refine countless beings and experts. The Divine Builder Tree almost withered. Later, the Divine Builder Tree was rescued by the Blood Butterfly Emperor and brought to the Heaven Wasteland Domain. It took root there and was unwilling to leave. After the Heavenly Court was destroyed, there was an even thicker and more magical Divine Builder Tree in the Heavenly Court. After a discussion among the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Domain, it was planted in the Heaven Domain to replace the original Divine Builder Tree. It was considered an explanation to the Heaven Domain. It was also because of this that the Heaven Domain was able to recover quickly. On this day, the monks were travel-worn. They came to the Grand Taiwei Mountain and looked in the direction of the Pure Land. There was a vast and boundless deep sea. In the deep sea, they could faintly see a huge abyss. The surrounding seawater surged to that side and automatically bypassed it. The leading old monk had reached the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. He pointed in the direction of the abyss and said to the young monks behind him, more than 2,000 years ago, there was a Taiwei mountain over there. However, when the War of the Heavens ended, the Taiwei mountain was razed to the ground by a heavenly punishment from the heavens, revealing the abyss of hell. The young monks behind him were young and had not experienced the War of the Heavens. They were full of curiosity about the past. Master, why is it called the abyss of hell? Is it really connected to hell? A young monk blinked and asked. The old monk smiled and said, back then, the Taiwei mountain was indeed connected to the Avicii hell. Legend has it that the deepest part of the Avicii hell was the Avicii hell, which could imprison the Lord of the Heavenly Court. It was created by the Avicii emperor of the Buddhist sect who sacrificed himself and used his flesh and blood. The Avicii emperor. Although the cultivation levels of these young monks were not high, they had heard of the legends of the great emperors. The era of the 2 emperors was only about 2,000 years ago, and the stories of Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Shui Dai were widely spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. Alas! A young monk sighed and said, I heard that after great Emperor Araki Takashi successfully attacked the heavens, he perished under that heavenly punishment. That's right. Emperor Araki Takashi overthrew the heavenly court that had suppressed this medium-class world for several eras. He didn't die in the hands of the heavenly court's masters, but was killed by a mysterious divine punishment. It's really, sigh. The other monk also sighed. A young novice monk seemed to have thought of something. His face was filled with grief and indignation. He clenched his fists and said, Blood Butterfly Monarch was killed by Mother Ghost, who fought side by side with her. That's the most regrettable thing. Ghost Mother is abominable. She deserves 10,000 deaths. At the mention of this matter, the rest of the monks were indignant. The old monk looked up at the firmaments and could vaguely see the ruins of the heavenly courts through the clouds. He could not help but recall the War of the Heavens 2,000 years ago with a sorrowful expression. Although he did not participate in that earth-shaking battle back then, he was fortunate enough to witness it personally. The unprecedented era of the two emperors had ended just like that. Unknowingly, a faint black mist drifted over from the firmaments, blocking his vision. All of a sudden, a sinister wind blew out of nowhere and the old monk could not help but shudder. The old monk frowned slightly. What a dense sinister chi. Even with his cultivation, he could feel a chill from that sinister wind and his hairs stood on end. With a grim expression, the old monk soared into the air and looked around. At the same time, he released his spirit consciousness and locked his gaze onto the abyss of hell in the depths of the sea. The abyss of hell was bottomless and nothing had happened for the past 2,000 years. At that moment, the old monk looked down from above at the abyss of hell from afar. He felt as though there were living beings within the abyss that were looking at him as well. A series of sinister auras surged out from the abyss of hell, as though something terrifying was being nurtured within. Something was wrong. The old monk's heart skipped a beat. Although he did not know what was going to happen in the abyss of hell, his instincts from his many years of cultivation told him that a calamity was about to descend. Without time to think, the old monk waved his wide monk robes and swept up the many monks beneath him. He tore through the void and wanted to leave this place. However, the moment the spatial tunnel appeared, it was destroyed by another tremendous power. The old monk's expression changed. Although the power earlier on was sinister and sinister, he could feel a chilling intent surging towards him even though it did not clash head-on. I heard you guys badmouthing the Nirvana ghost mother behind her back loud and clear. Keek keek. A sinister laughter echoed from the vicinity of the Grand Tai Wei mountain. Apart from the old monk and the monks, there were many cultivators from the 9 firmament immortal domain and fiend region on the Grand Tai Wei mountain. When they heard that sinister laughter, the cultivators looked around with bewildered expressions. Swoosh. Suddenly, a menacing beast claw extended from the edge of the abyss of hell and slammed into the depths of the sea, creating torrential waves. Everyone looked over instinctively. A 3-headed hound leaped out of the abyss of hell. Its entire body burned with scarlet flames and the surrounding seawater began to boil. The hound of hell had sharp fangs and sticky saliva dripped from its mouth. It glared at the old monk and the other cultivators with a bloodthirsty gaze, as though it wanted to tear them into pieces. Life form of hell. The old monk recognized the origin of the hound of hell at a glance. In the War of the Heavens back then, many life forms of hell joined the battlefield. The life forms of hell were extremely ferocious. However, Emperor Araki Takashi was the Lord of Hell back then. Under the orders of Emperor Araki Takashi, the army of hell suppressed their nature and did not harm the life forms of the middle worlds. Instead, they attacked the army of the heavenly courts. Later on, Emperor Araki Takashi perished and the army of hell fell apart. Some chose to stay in Heaven Wasteland domain while most chose to return to hell and disappear. That hound of hell was clearly from hell. Gradually, there was a violent tremor in the abyss of hell, as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping out. Before anyone could react, countless lifeforms of hell swarmed out from behind the hound of hell. They were murderous and opened their bloody mouths, pouncing towards the monks and cultivators on the Grand Tai Wei mountain. When the old monk saw that, he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the gates of hell had been opened. In this generation, without Emperor Rocky Takashi, the lifeforms of hell were going to wreak havoc in the heavenly courts and even the middle worlds. Hurry and leave. The surrounding space could no longer be teleported. The old monk reassured the monks and urged them to escape towards the depths of the pure land of bliss while he stood in front of the lifeforms of hell. At the same time, the old monk tore a message talisman to warn the Buddhist sections. Chapter 32:12. You can't escape. All Buddhists deserve to die. The first voice sounded again. A man from the nether race with a strange rune between his brows appeared. His face was pale and his eyes were dark as he walked slowly towards the old monk. Boom! The old monk held up a grotto heaven. The man from the nether race smiled contemptuously and slapped in the direction of the old monk. A cold wind whistled and the old monk's grotto heaven instantly collapsed. An imperial emperor powerhouse. The gap between them was too big. The old monk could not even last a round before he was killed by the man from the nether race. Master. The young monks did not manage to escape in time. When they saw this scene, they could not help but cry out in grief. The nether race imperial emperor looked at the group of monks who were as weak as ants in his eyes. He had a contemptuous expression and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He asked condescendingly, "Who dares to repeat what you said about the Brahma ghost mother in front of me?" More and more hell creatures surged out like locusts. They had already occupied Taiwei Mountain and surrounded the group of young monks. As long as the nether race imperial emperor gave the order, the hell creatures would swarm over and devour them. In the face of such a situation and the pressure of an imperial emperor powerhouse, the group of young monks did not show much fear on their faces. A young novice monk who was only a mystic immortal stepped forward and said loudly, "The Brahma ghost mother is shameless. She deserves to die. Even if she is standing in front of me, I would still dare to say that." "That's right." Another young monk said in a deep voice, "You hell creatures have invaded the heavenly realm. You will pay the price. We can't defeat you, but there will always be someone in the middle world to suppress you." The nether race imperial emperor raised his eyebrows. The surrounding hell creatures understood and swarmed forward, instantly devouring the group of young monks. Not even their corpses were left behind. Although the group of young monks had died and were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow, the Ming race imperial emperor felt that something was amiss. Back then, he had participated in the War of the Heavens. He had seen how the living beings of the middle world looked like after being enslaved by the heavenly court for several eras. The living beings of the middle world had long been enslaved and domesticated. Even though they knew the truth of the heavenly court enslaving all living beings, not many people dared to stand up and fight. Most of the kings and imperial emperors had lost their hot-bloodedness. 2,000 years later, the emperor of the nether race sensed a brand new spirit from these young monks. After 2,000 years, the middle world seemed to have undergone some changes. Of course, these thoughts merely flashed through his mind, and he didn't take them seriously. Countless creatures of hell crawled out of the abyss and charged toward the Nine Clouds immortal region, the pure land of bliss, and the demon region under the lead of the imperial emperors. This army of hell was like a black flood, sweeping in all directions at an astonishing speed. Not only in the heaven realm. The ruins of the heavenly court in the vast starry sky also seemed to be changing. Dark clouds covered the sky and blocked the sun. Not only did they block the ruins of the heavenly court, but they also blocked the passage to the greater world. In the thick black clouds, a huge eye was faintly discernible. It was bloodshot, and its eyes were cold as it looked down on the 3,000 worlds. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Although the middle world had been in a peaceful period all these years, there were still some imperial emperors who faintly sensed a trace of danger. For example, Elder Tai Guan, Immortal King Ling Long, and the others knew that the crisis of the myriad races had yet to be resolved. A disaster that was enough to consign a medium-class world to eternal damnation would most likely erupt one day in the future. However, no one expected this day to come so soon. Ling Long, Feng Cantian, Wuxia King of Fear, and the others gathered in the Heaven Wasteland Palace with solemn expressions. They had already received news from the Heaven Realm. The Hell Realm had invaded the Heaven Realm and was on a killing spree. After 2,000 years, Ling Long had already stepped into the Emperor Realm. However, she looked more haggard and thinner than 2,000 years ago, and there was still a trace of sadness hidden in the depths of her eyes. Feng Cantian had also become a quasi-emperor. Wuxia King of Fear had taken another step forward and cultivated to the greater success stage of the Emperor Realm. For example, Kitsune, Night Spirit, Yen Beichen, Demoness Ji, and the others had also made breakthroughs in their cultivation. However, they had yet to touch the threshold of the Emperor Realm. It was just that in 2,000 years, there were not many imperial emperors in the Heaven Wasteland domain. Most of them were from the Rakshasa race who came from the 9 Serenities' sinful grounds, and the Hell Realm beings who chose to stay in the Heaven Wasteland domain, such as the Bitter Spring Hell Master, Cold Spring Hell Master, and the others. Feng Cantian said in a deep voice, "The Hell Realm has invaded on a large scale, and they are not friendly. I'm afraid the Heaven Realm won't be able to resist." Both Feng Cantian and Immortal King Ling Long had stayed in the Heaven Realm for hundreds of thousands of years, and had a special feeling for the Heaven Realm. It seems that our previous worries have become reality. This must be the work of the Lord of Hell. Elder Xian sighed. Why did this group of Hell Realm beings appear from the Heaven Realm without warning? Could it be that the Lord of Hell has already? Lin Lei frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating. Normally, there was a barrier between the Hell Realm and the Middle World, and only great emperors could break it. If the Hell Realm beings could break into the Middle World, it probably meant that the Lord of Hell had returned to his peak and become a great emperor. Not necessarily. Lin Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Back then, the heavenly punishment raised the Taiwei mountain to the ground and chased Araki Takashi all the way. It pierced through the Avicii Hell and the Avicii Hell, and only then was the Lord of Hell released. That heavenly punishment probably also opened up the passage between the Middle World and the Hell Realm." Elder Xian said, "Even if the Lord of Hell hasn't become a great emperor, he shouldn't be too far off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made his move at this moment." Everyone nodded. "We have to save the Heaven Realm," Feng Cantian said in a deep voice, "not only for the cultivators in the Heaven Realm, but also for ourselves." Everyone present knew that the Hell Realm was aggressive this time, and it was definitely not just to occupy the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was only the first stronghold of the Hell Realm. With the Heaven Realm as the center, the Hell Realm would wage war everywhere and set off a bloody storm. The 3,000 domains would not be spared. Everyone had no objections to this and turned to look at Immortal King Ling Long. At this time, Immortal King Ling Long was the leader of the Heaven Wasteland domain. "Of course we have to save the Heaven Realm." Immortal King Ling Long nodded and said with a worried expression, "I'm worried about something else." "What is it?" everyone asked subconsciously. Immortal King Ling Long raised her head slightly and looked at the faint black clouds that were gradually spreading in the sky. She said in a serious voice, "I'm afraid the Hell Realm's purpose is not just to take revenge on the Heaven Realm and start a war." Immortal King Ling Long faintly sensed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes in the depths of the ruins of the Heavenly Court, watching every move of the Heaven Wasteland domain. And her gaze and divine sense seemed to be blocked by something and could no longer enter the range of the Heavenly Court. End of chapter. Chapter 32:13. Something seemed to be happening in the Heavenly Court. Ling Long Immortal Emperor took a deep breath and sent a few message talismans to the Sword Domain, Great Wasteland Domain, Dragon Domain, Blood Ape Domain, and other domains. After the War of the Heavens, these domains were already prepared to face the disaster that could befall them at any time. Ling Long Immortal Emperor led the Heaven Wasteland Domain's army of emperors and kings into the space tunnel and rushed towards the Heaven Domain. Old Xian and the others stayed behind to guard the Heaven Wasteland Domain. If they saw that the situation was not good, they would escort the Heaven Wasteland Domain to the land of inheritance left behind by the 9 Underworld Emperor to preserve their bloodline. Of course, this also meant that the entire middle world was in a critical situation. This was the Heaven Wasteland Domain's last resort. In the space tunnel, everyone from the Heaven Wasteland Domain looked solemn. Everyone had already realized that many of them might never return from this trip. "Is there any news of Zimo?" Foam Cantillon asked. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. All these years, Su Zimo seemed to have evaporated from the middle world. There was no news of him, and not even a trace of him was left. Even if Ling Long Immortal Emperor and Lin Xuanji worked together to deduce, they could not deduce any information. Mo Qing said softly, "I hope he doesn't appear." Everyone understood what Mo Qing meant. The War of the Heavens had only been 2,000 years ago. It was too short for a Grotto Heaven Realm king. No matter how talented or fortunate Su Zimo was, there was no way he could enter the Martial Emperor realm. The Heaven Domain. In less than a day, the flames of war had burned the entire Heaven Domain. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were everywhere. Countless infernal realm beings rushed out of the abyss like locusts. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass would grow. The Pure Lands were the first to fall. This group of hell creatures attacked the Pure Lands with the most ferocious attacks. Even though the Pure Lands had many Buddhist experts gathered together, they still couldn't defend against the tide of attacks. After the great emperors of the Buddhist League fell, the defensive line of the Buddhist League continued to crumble. Countless Buddhist monks perished. Large areas of the Pure Lands were reduced to ruins. The Demon Domain and the Nine Heavens Immortal Domain could not hold on for long. The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain arrived near the Heaven Realm. As soon as they came out of the space tunnel, there was a strong smell of blood that almost suffocated them. As far as the eye could see, a large expanse of blood mist was floating in the boundless starry sky. Countless severed limbs and shattered corpses were floating in the blood mist, and it was a horrifying sight. Some of the cultivators widened their eyes and fear appeared on their faces. They died with their eyes wide open. Some of the cultivators still had warm blood flowing from their broken bodies. It was obvious that they had died not long ago. Even though the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain had experienced the War of the Heavens and were used to seeing life and death, they still felt a burst of shock when they saw this scene. Everyone broke through the blood mist and continued forward. Not long after, he saw the huge land of the Heaven Realm. The originally vibrant world had now been reduced to a purgatory. The huge Heaven Realm had already been occupied by densely packed hell creatures. Slaughter was everywhere, and the cries of all living beings reverberated in the sky above the Heaven Realm. Even the divine skywood tree had withered. The Heaven Realm had fallen. The faces of the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain turned ugly. The attacks of the Hell World were too ferocious. In less than a day, they had already conquered the Heaven Realm. Everywhere they passed, nothing was left. Amitabha. Ming Zhen put his palms together and lowered his head with a sorrowful expression. Seeing this scene, Zishuan Immortal King felt a lingering fear. After the War of the Heavens, under Yun Zhu's persuasion, he moved the Zishuan Immortal Kingdom to Heaven Wasteland Domain. More than half of the cultivators chose to follow him. However, there were still some people who were unwilling to leave their homeland and chose to stay in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. At this time, these people had already become nameless corpses in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. If he had not listened to Yun Zhu's advice, he would have been buried in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain with his Zishuan Immortal Kingdom. Immortal Emperor Ling Long, Mo Qing, Yun Zhu, and the others looked at the Heaven Realm with complicated expressions. After all, they were born in the Heaven Realm. Seeing the Heaven Realm in such a state, they could not help but feel sad and regretful. The sadness in Immortal Emperor Ling Long's eyes deepened. She and Lin Zhan had many memories of hundreds of thousands of years. They were all left in the Heaven Realm. At this moment, everything had turned into ruins. The people from back then were no longer here. The things in front of them had also disappeared. Save them! Foam Cantillon shouted and immediately charged towards the Hell's army below. Kill! The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain followed closely behind. Boom! A thick and dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the sky, smashing into the midst of the numerous infernal realm beings, blasting open a vast expanse of empty space. In an instant, at least a few hundred hell creatures died on the spot. A large spear that was flashing with lightning and entwined with thunder stabbed deeply into the ground. A huge force spread out, and the end of the spear was still vibrating. Frightening evil spear. The demon king of heaven's wrath is here. The people of the demon realm shouted. A glimmer of hope reappeared in their disheartened eyes. Foam Cantillon descended from the sky. The attack just now did not make the other hell creatures afraid. Instead, it attracted the attention of even more hell experts. 2 quasi-emperors instantly descended, and 8 hell kings surrounded Foam Cantillon. Humph. Foam Cantillon's gaze was like lightning. When one of the quasi-emperors met his gaze, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes and groaned. Fortunately, the hell character between his brows flickered with a dim light, allowing him to regain his senses. However, this momentary lapse of consciousness was enough to take his life. By the time he reacted, a spear that was flashing with dazzling lightning was rapidly expanding in his eyes. It was already in front of him. Before the quasi-emperor of hell could even support his heavenly abode, Foam Cantillon's spear pierced through his brows and killed him on the spot. The other quasi-emperor of hell and 8 hell kings had already surrounded him. They supported their heavenly abodes and released their bloodlines. They exploded with fierce attacks and fought with Foam Cantillon. Ming Zhen had just appeared, but before he could do anything, the hell creatures suddenly became extremely excited and charged in his direction. Destroy Buddhism. Erase all traces related to Buddhism, including living beings who cultivated Buddhism. This was the order of the Lord of Hell. The first hell creatures to charge forward were all blocked by Ming Zhen. Although he had just stepped into the heavenly abode realm, he had received the legacies of Ksitigarbha and Ananda, 2 Buddhist experts. His dharma was profound and his battle strength far exceeded his peers. Even if he faced a peerless king, he still had the power to fight. However, more and more hell creatures charged toward Ming Zhen. No matter how profound Ming Zhen's dharma was and how strong his battle strength was, he could not hold them off alone. Noticing the danger Ming Zhen was in, the 7 demon generals, apart from the Yiksha king and the Heaven's Wrath Immortal king, Yen Beichen, Demoness Ji, and the zither and flute demons all rushed over to protect Ming Zhen. Yunzhu, Mo Qing, and the others descended on the battlefield of the 9 heavens immortal domain and tried their best to save as many immortal domain cultivators and innocent living beings as possible. The monkey, night spirit, tiger, Qing Qing, little fox, and the golden lion, the 6 great demon beasts, worked together and rampaged through the hell army, killing in all directions. On the other hand, the Heaven Wasteland Domain emperors such as the Yiksha king and the Ling Long Immortal king were engaged in a fierce battle with the hell emperors. End of chapter. Chapter 32:14. In terms of the number of emperors, the Heaven Wasteland Domain was far inferior to the Infernal Court. Fortunately, the Infernal Court had been severely damaged, and the realms of many infernal creatures were suppressed. In the past 2,000 years, although the Infernal Court had been repaired, there were not many top-notch emperors in the Infernal Court. In addition, the emperors had powerful means. Unless one's combat power was overwhelming, it was difficult to determine life and death. Although the battle between the emperors was intense, it was difficult to determine the outcome. The Heaven Wasteland Domain could temporarily resist the attack of the Infernal Court's army. The most tragic was the battle between the kings. This realm had the most infernal creatures, and they constantly rushed out from the abyss of hell, all over the Heaven Domain. The kings of the Heaven Wasteland Domain often had to deal with the kings of hell several times their number. On the side of the night spirit, the monkey, and the tiger, only the night spirit and the monkey had cultivated to the Grotto Heaven realm, while the rest had just stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm. But even so, with the night spirit and the monkey, facing the siege of dozens of kings of hell, these demon kings were still able to defeat the other party. Even if a peak king faced the night spirit and the monkey, the two demon kings, it would be a disaster. The night spirit transformed into his true form. He was like a ghost, even more unpredictable than the void yakshas. His speed was even faster than that of the Rakshasa race. The night spirit shuttled through the battlefield. Before any danger landed on the four demon kings, the tiger, Ching Ching, the little fox, and the golden lion, he had already resolved it. It was as if he was born to kill. He wandered through the darkness, and everything on his body could be turned into a killing weapon. The monkey's fighting style was completely different from that of the night spirit. The monkey held the battle imperial weapon in his hand, and behind him was a 10,000-foot battle soul. His eyes were blood red, and his aura was violent. He rushed through the battlefield, holding a long staff in his arms. He was unparalleled. Some boundary emperors of the infernal court sensed that the situation on the battlefield was not right and rushed over to help, but they were stopped by the monkey. A great battle broke out between the two sides. The monkey released the ancient and modern battle technique and burned his lifespan. Even in the face of a boundary emperor, he was not at a disadvantage, and the more he fought, the braver he became. The quasi-emperor expert was secretly alarmed. In less than 3 breaths, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. Pucci. A pitch-black bone spike pierced through the back of the quasi-emperor expert's head. With the monkey holding back the sky dragon king from the front and the night spirit attacking from the shadows, even a quasi-emperor expert would not last for long under their joint efforts. Princess Yufei led the infernal creatures of Heaven Wasteland Domain to fight against the infernal creatures of Hell Domain. Although they were of the same bloodline, the two sides had already parted ways. Now that they met, their eyes were exceptionally red, and they both saw the other side as traitors. Yu Luocha led the Rakshasa clan and flew above the Heaven Realm battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to provide support. Lin Lei and Lin Luo led the experts from the Warring States Kingdom to the Azure Firmament Immortal Realm. After all, there were just too many creatures from Hell. They were densely packed and boundless as they continuously crawled out from the depths of Hell. It was as if they could never be completely wiped out. The experts of the Heaven Wasteland Domain were scattered all over the Heaven Realm, fighting for themselves. Apart from Night Spirit, Monkey, and the other demon kings, the situation was still under control. There was no danger. The other battlefields were also in imminent danger. The strength of the Heaven Wasteland Domain alone was not enough to contend against the entire infernal court. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, a series of impassioned sword cries came from afar, piercing through gold and splitting rocks. It was frightening. The next moment, a group of sword cultivators charged out of the space tunnel and descended above the Heaven Realm. The person in the lead was the master of the Sword Realm, the Elder with the Iron Crown. The Sword Realm had arrived. The Elder with the Iron Crown was a peak Imperial Emperor. Moreover, over the years, his battle strength had been constantly improving, and he was infinitely close to becoming a great emperor. He was also the person who had the greatest chance of becoming a great emperor in this world. The Elder with the Iron Crown held his sword and charged into the battlefield of the great emperors. Sword radiance pierced through the air, and a blazing white light shone, as if cutting heaven and earth in half. Hell Lord Hong Quan's world was shattered by the sword of the Elder with the Iron Crown. A sword wound so deep that bones could be seen appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out. Puff! Hell Lord Hong Quan's expression was horrified, and he quickly retreated. He was almost cut down by the sword of the Elder with the Iron Crown. The Elder with the Iron Crown alone was enough to stabilize the battlefield of the great emperors. On the other side, accompanied by the sky full of falling flowers, Kitsune appeared. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her expression was cold. Her sword was cold as frost, and it cut across the 9 heavens. A huge sword mark spanned across the 9 heavens immortal realm, as if the earth was cracking. Who knew how many infernal realm beings had perished under that one sword strike? Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The space outside the heavenly realm cracked open, and the dragons came to support. There were not many dragons in the first place. After the dragons and phoenix's calamity, the dragon's vitality was greatly damaged, and there were not many dragons who came to support this time. However, these dragons had just appeared, and they transformed into divine dragons and charged into the battlefield, causing a huge impact to the hell beings. Screech. Before the dragon's roar ended, the phoenix's cry sounded. The Wudong realm had come to support. Roar. The roar of the blood apes sounded. The blood ape realm had arrived. Following closely behind, the great wasteland realm arrived, and thousands of demons roared and charged. In the sky above the heavenly realm, the roar of the sea waves was deafening. Huge beings appeared one after another, bobbing up and down in the sea of stars. The great Peng spread its wings, covering the clouds and the sun. The Kuan-Peng realm had arrived. Young girls broke through the void and came near the heavenly realm. Their bodies emitted a faint fragrance, holding divine weapons, and their eyes were firm. The flower realm had come to support. Seeing this scene, many cultivators in the heavenly realm were energized. They knew that as long as these realms joined forces, they would have a chance to kill the hell beings and drive them back to the abyss of hell. With the support of these realms, the situation on the battlefield immediately changed. More and more hell beings died, and their attacks were blocked, and they even began to show signs of defeat. Many cultivators became more and more excited. This battle seemed to be easier than everyone had imagined. As long as these hell beings could be driven back to the abyss of hell, the imperial emperors of the various realms could try to join forces and seal this abyss of hell. The old man with the iron crown, immortal Emperor Ling Long, and the other imperial emperors did not relax at all. Their expressions were still solemn. They knew that since the hell world had launched an attack at this moment, it would not be so simple. Moreover, the powerhouse who could determine the direction of the battle had not appeared yet. The old man with the iron crown seemed to have sensed something, and he looked up at the sky covered by black clouds. Originally, that was where the ruins of the heavenly court were. At this moment, it was completely covered by the black clouds. Even with his divine sense, he could not penetrate it. Behind the layers of black clouds, something seemed to be nurturing. Something's wrong. The old man with the iron crown frowned. At this moment, the void above the heavenly realm split open again. A group of powerhouses filed out with murderous intent. The old man with the iron crown, immortal Emperor Ling Long, and the others looked over and could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The armies of the blood realm, tomb realm, bone realm, lifeless realm, and poison realm appeared at the same time. Back then, Su Zimo had once said that the 5 realms, including the witch realm, were all created by the Lord of Hell. In the War of the Heavens, because the Lord of Hell had fallen early, the 5 realms did not participate, so they were naturally spared from the disaster of war. After the War of the Heavens, the realms hunted down the remnants of the heavenly court, and then recuperated, so no one cared about the 5 realms anymore. In this life, the 5 realms appeared at the same time, which also meant that the Lord of Hell was not dead. Because other than him, no one could mobilize the powerhouses of the 5 realms at the same time. This war that started in the heavenly realm continued to escalate, involving the various realms and forces. It had completely gone out of control. Chapter 32:15. The blood realm, tomb realm, bone realm, lifeless realm, and poison realm were not affected too much by the War of the Heavens. In addition, after 2,000 years of recuperation, their strength had increased greatly, which caused a great impact to the sword realm, dragon realm, Wudong realm, and other major realms that came to support. Originally, the sword realm, heaven wasteland domain, and other realms had joined forces and suppressed the hell creatures, forcing them to retreat. But because of the intervention of the blood realm and other realms, the battle situation changed again. Whether it was the king realm or the emperor realm, the pressure on the experts of the heaven wasteland domain, sword realm, dragon realm, and other realms increased sharply. Blood vengeance. The old man with the iron crown forced the emperor realm experts in front of him to retreat. He stared at the current lord of the blood realm and questioned sternly. The hell creatures slaughtered the common people and caused chaos in the 3,000 realms. Do you want to help the evildoers? Iron Crown, if you submit to the Lord, you still have a chance to live. The Lord of the Blood Realm said slowly with a cold expression, if you still want to resist, you will only die. Your Lord, the Lord of the Underworld? The old man with the iron crown sneered, don't you know what kind of person Fengdu is? Before the War of the Heavens, if it weren't for Emperor Araki Takashi, the 3,000 realms would have been refined into tombs by him. Who knows how many creatures would have died? Do you think that if you follow Fengdu, you will have a good ending? In front of Fengdu, you are just ants. The reason why the old man with the iron crown shouted at the experts of the Blood Realm, Tomb Realm, and other major realms was that he knew that Fengdu could not control everyone in the 5 major realms with the Yen Xing curse. Among these realms, especially the experts who had experienced the War of the Heavens, there must be some who saw the nature of Fengdu and were unwilling to follow. As expected. After the old man with the iron crown said these words, some experts of the 5 major realms, including the Blood Realm, Tomb Realm, and other major realms, were slightly moved. The Lord created the Blood Realm, Tomb Realm, Lifeless Realm, Bone Realm, and Poison Realm. He is the ancestor of all realms. Whoever dares to betray the Lord is the same as betraying the ancestors. The Lord of the Blood Realm said in a cold tone. In reality, the Lord of Blood World had already been controlled by the Yen Xing curse. Every word he said now was under the influence of Fengdu. These words were indeed a huge deterrent to the experts of the 5 major domains. The experts who had been slightly moved just now regained their composure and remained silent. Under the command of the 5 realm masters, the 2 sides collided once again, and a large amount of blood mist burst forth. The black clouds above the dimensional realm became thicker and denser. Many cultivators on the battlefield, including the imperial emperors, could not help but feel a strong sense of oppression. Their chests felt stuffy. The yuan qi of heaven and earth seems to be getting thinner and thinner. Feng Cantian frowned as he sensed the changes in the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi. The other experts felt the same way. Many cultivators noticed the heavy black clouds in the sky and vaguely realized something. Their hearts sank. A heaven realm imperial emperor was covered in wounds and his face was pale. After he broke free from the battlefield, he looked at Iron Crown Elder and the others with a guilty expression. He cupped his fists and said, everyone, I'm sorry. I have to go first. I'll leave the middle world to you. This heaven realm emperor had already realized that something was wrong. He wanted to ascend to the great thousand world as soon as possible and leave this place. Before he could finish his sentence, the heaven realm emperor had already soared into the sky. He continued to soar and flew towards the black clouds. Whether it was the Hell Army or the Blood World and Tomb Realm Imperial Emperors, none of them stopped him. The Blood World Master and the others looked at this Heaven Realm Emperor with a trace of mockery in their eyes. Be careful, don't go. The old man with the iron crown shouted as he hurriedly reminded them. The Heaven Realm Emperor's body paused slightly, and a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end, he did not return to the battlefield and disappeared into the black clouds. However, in less than 3 breaths, this figure fell from the black clouds. His eyes were lifeless and his gaze was unfocused. He had already died. This scene caused the hearts of many cultivators on the battlefield to tremble. Just now, when they sensed that the yuan qi of heaven and earth had become thinner, they had already vaguely guessed that the path to the great thousand world might be blocked again. The death of this Heaven Realm Imperial Emperor also confirmed everyone's guess. It's too late to leave now. The Blood World Master smirked with a cold expression. Fengdu, come out. The old man with the iron crown swept away the surrounding Imperial Emperors with his sword. His sword light was piercingly cold, and he killed 2 Imperial Emperors in front of him in succession. He soared into the sky and roared, "What are you doing?" "Humph." A soft snort came from the sky. This voice was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly struck Iron Crown Elder's chest, causing a muffled sound. Iron Crown Elder took half a step back. His primordial spirit had suffered quite a bit of shock, and his mind was dizzy. At this moment, the black clouds changed, and a huge and terrifying face slowly appeared. Its eyes were bottomless, like a pair of abysses that overlooked the entire middle world. An unimaginably terrifying pressure descended, and all the living beings of the myriad races were shocked. In the various realms, countless experts came out of seclusion one after another. Their expressions were uncertain as they looked up at the huge and terrifying face in the sky. The last time such a huge commotion occurred in the middle world was 2,000 years ago during the War of the Heavens. That terrifying face opened its bloody mouth as if it could swallow thousands of worlds in one gulp. At the same time, in the 5 realms, the experts controlled by Yan Xing's curse opened their mouths and shouted in unison, "The heavenly court will be re-established. From today onwards, I will be the master of the world, respected by all races." This voice was like rolling thunder, spreading to every corner of the 3,000 realms. All the living beings of the myriad races were shocked, and their faces were pale. The experts of Heaven Wasteland Domain and Dragon Domain on the battlefield all changed color when they heard this. Even Iron Crown Elder was shocked, and his hands and feet turned cold. Re-establish the heavenly court, re-establish the heavenly court. They thought that Fengdu, the Lord of Hell, or the Patriarch of the Academy would not let this matter rest. The middle world might face a huge catastrophe. However, no one expected Fengdu to have such thoughts. This meant that the living beings of the myriad races who had just broken free from the shackles would be enslaved and imprisoned again, unable to ascend to the vast 1,000 realms. The lives of all the living beings of the myriad races were only in the hands of Fengdu. And this time, with the re-establishment of the heavenly court, the living environment of the middle world might become even more cruel and dark. Fengdu, the heavenly court is broken, and the situation is gone. If you dare to re-establish the heavenly court, we can attack the heavens again. Iron Crown Elder stood with his sword and said loudly. Even he himself didn't have the confidence to say this. Against Fengdu, he did not have much chance of winning. Moreover, there was still the Lord of Hell, the Patriarch of the Academy, who had yet to appear. With just you? The huge face on the black cloud laughed sinisterly. Ants, the long night is coming, and darkness is coming. Prepare to tremble. Keek keek. Fengdu, back then, you were beaten to death by great Emperor Araki Takashi. You hid for 2,000 years and did not dare to appear. Now, you have the face to be arrogant. A king of a lower realm stood in the air and pointed at the huge face on the black cloud in the sky. He was fearless and shouted loudly. Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Shuedai are dead. The era of the 2 emperors has long become a thing of the past. From today onwards, I will create a new era. Then, Fengdu's gaze turned and landed on the king just now. He said coldly, "You ant, how dare you order me around? I will send you to the netherworld now." A black light descended at an extremely fast speed, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Not to mention a cave heavenly king, even a peak imperial emperor might not be able to withstand it. Iron Crown Elder and the others were in the heavenly realm battlefield and were too far away to help. Pa! However, just as the black light was about to descend upon the king, a fair hand appeared and crushed the black light into pieces. At some point in time, a green-robed, black-haired man appeared between heaven and earth. He stepped on the river of stars and raised his head slightly to look at the huge face on the black cloud with a calm expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 32:16. Great Araki Takashi. The king of the Grotto Heaven looked excited when he saw the person who had come, and subconsciously wanted to shout out the words Great Araki Takashi. But he soon realized that although the person in front of him was Araki Takashi, the body of the great emperor had already fallen. In the end, he was unable to say the words Great Emperor. But even so, the cultivators of the 3,000 domains still felt excited and their blood surged when they saw Su Zimo appear. Araki Takashi preached the Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. In 2,000 years, Wu Dao's fire seed had spread throughout the 3,000 domains. It was also because Wu Dao had awakened the blood of many experts that the Grotto Heaven King dared to stand up and berate Fengdu. The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain also looked at Su Zimo. 2,000 years had passed. Su Zimo was still a quasi-emperor. The time was too short, and coupled with the unprecedented 5 Grotto Heavens that Su Zimo had not been able to step into the Emperor realm, it was within everyone's expectations. However, Su Zimo, who had returned this time, seemed to have undergone an indescribable change. Compared to 2,000 years ago, there was a little less sharpness, and more of an aura of time, the vicissitudes of life. Heavy, restrained, and the same as light and dust. Only the gaze contained in his eyes was still blazing. Araki Takashi, we meet again. Fengdu was not surprised to see Su Zimo appear. His voice was full of resentment, and he said faintly, "Last time, you destroyed my 3 corpses Dharma body, today I will make you pay the price." Fengdu, if I can suppress you once, then I can suppress you twice. Su Zimo's tone was indifferent, but it had unquestionable power. No one present dared to say such a thing. Even the old man with the iron crown did not have much chance of winning against Fengdu. Ha 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 ha. Fengdu laughed and asked, "Your great emperor true body has already fallen. With your incomplete Qinglian true body, you still want to suppress me?" Incomplete? Su Zimo's heart moved. Qinglian had already grown to the peak of the 12th grade, how could there be incomplete? In his mind, an intermittent memory of when he stepped into the true One realm back then suddenly flashed. The demon lord and evil emperor has already ascended, and 2 emperors have fallen. No one can stop what I want to do. Under the cover of the Great Formation, the Great Netherworld Great Formation, thousands of creatures will become my puppets. Fengdu's voice sounded once more, interrupting Su Zimo's thoughts. In the current situation, a great battle could break out at any moment. He couldn't afford to let his imagination run wild, so he temporarily suppressed this thought. You're wrong. Emperor SSSSS, there's me, he, and the 10,000 races, and me to me to s. You. Of the heavens great heavenses, and a few to be killed. And in this life, if you want to establish the heavens great heavens again, you will have to face the conquest of the 3,000 worlds. 2,000 years ago, the heavens great heavens had enslaved the middle worlds. Just by relying on the celestial realm, they had suppressed the 10,000 races and did not dare to resist. And now, the 10,000 races living beings had seen the truth of the past and knew the existence of the vast 1,000 domains. How could they allow Fengdu to rebuild the heavens great heavens? Any cultivator with the slightest bit of bravery would rise up and fight back. Who dares? Fengdu shouted. With the help of the Great Netherworld Great Formation, he released a powerful pressure that enveloped the 3,000 worlds. Everyone, if we don't fight now, when will we? The master of the astral realm was the first to stand up and roar. Clansmen of the Grotto Heaven realm and above, follow me to conquer the heavens great heavens. The master of the barbarian world stepped forward bravely, waving a huge axe and pointing in the direction of the heavens great heavens. I didn't personally experience the War of the Heavens back then, but I definitely won't miss the second War of the Heavens. The master of the mysterious world also stood up. The middle worlds were vast and boundless. Under the shroud of the Great Netherworld Great Formation, there was no daylight. And at this moment, in the boundless dark starry sky, experts from various major domains rose into the sky one by one. Like flames that cut through the long night, they dispelled the surrounding darkness and lit up the night sky. 2,000 years ago, Araki Takashi preached the Tao and left behind the seed of Wu Dao. Finally, at this moment, it was burning. More and more experts from different domains stood up. Before long, more than half of them had stood up. Moreover, this number was still continuously increasing. Even the light world and the stone world, who once had deep hatred with the heaven wasteland domain and the sword world, chose to put aside their past grievances and stood up to stand on Su Zimo's side. Fight! 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 Burn my broken body, burn my blood, I swear I won't return until the heavens, great heavens, are destroyed. When the 10,000 races of the 3,000 worlds could gather together, it would be an unimaginably terrifying force that was enough to turn the world upside down. The general situation had begun to tilt. The darkness of the long night formed by the netherworld Great Formation could not suppress the flames that appeared in the middle worlds. Although they were just sparks, they had already formed a prairie fire that lit up the heavens and illuminated the mountains and rivers. This scene was incomparably shocking. Even the battlefield of the heaven realm paused for a moment. Countless experts turned to look. Amitabha. Ming-Zhen pressed his palms together with a compassionate expression. He could not help but recall the words Su Zimo left behind at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley back then. Once the dust clears, light shines through the mountains and rivers. That was Su Zimo's reply to Dayu. Unfortunately, Dayu had already perished by the time the scene of light shone through the mountains and rivers appeared and did not have the chance to witness it. Even Fengdu, who was overseeing the netherworld Great Formation, felt a huge pressure. However, he knew that as long as he suppressed Su Zimo, the experts of the 3,000 worlds were nothing but a mob that was nothing to fear. Araki Takashi, let's settle the grudge from 2,000 years ago today. Fengdu manifested a figure draped in a wide, pitch-black robe and transformed into a world behind him that suppressed Su Zimo. There was an entire major cultivation realm difference between the two of them. However, Su Zimo was fearless as his blood chi surged. A jade-green Qinglian that connected heaven and earth appeared behind him and shone brightly. The bloodline phenomenon of the grade 12 creation Qinglian was condensed. At the same time, Su Zimo summoned his four-headed and eight-armed state. He controlled the nine heavens breath soil with one hand and the tri-jade Rui scepter with the other. He waved the Tai horsetail whisk with one hand and wielded the Qingping sword with the other. Boom! Immediately after, 5 grotto heavens appeared around Su Zimo at the same time. At the start of the battle, Su Zimo had already channeled his blood chi to its limits and summoned his 5 grotto heavens to clash against Fengdu. Boom! There was a deafening bang that shook the world. A huge halo spread out in all directions, creating layers of ripples in the sea of stars that quickly engulfed the two of them. Countless stars in the surroundings were reduced to dust. The battle in the heaven realm continued, but most people's gazes and attention were on the battle between Su Zimo and Fengdu. After all, this battle was of great importance. Furthermore, Su Zimo was only a quasi-emperor and the difference between their realms was too great. Even the old man with the iron crown was worried. A moment later, the figures of the two of them appeared again and remained in a stalemate. Under the suppression of Fengdu's great perfection world, Su Zimo's 5 grotto heavens did not show any signs of collapsing. Instead, they were on par with him and were not at a disadvantage. Chapter 32:17. The confrontation this time also shocked Fengdu. There was a difference of a major realm between the two of them. He originally thought that victory was within his grasp, but he did not expect that his world could not shake Su Zimo's 5 grotto heavens at all. At close range, Fengdu could feel it even more clearly. Although the 5 grotto heavens around Su Zimo had yet to become a world, they contained extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Although I don't have Wu Dao's true body, you have also lost the 3-corpse avatar. As though he could see the shock in Fengdu's heart, Su Zimo said indifferently, even if your essence spirit is still at the level of a great emperor, your physical body is still far from comparable to the 3 corpses' dermic body after 2,000 years. Fengdu's expression darkened. Su Zimo's words had indeed hit the nail on the head. Back then, he had severed the good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse from his own body and descended into the middle world to become immortal Emperor Qinmu. The World Annihilation Demon Emperor and Emperor Bo Sun were all top existences that dominated an area. After a lifetime of cultivation, he realized that it was difficult to break through. Only then did he use the Heaven Burial Scripture to absorb the power in the tomb of the great emperor and awaken his memories. The three-corpse avatar was to sever his good and evil obsessions and perfectly fuse with his essence soul without any conflict. In 2000 years, it was very difficult for him to cultivate the three-corpse avatar at its peak. He could only piece together some powerful corpses and flesh and barely forge his current physical body. It was very difficult for this physical body to perfectly fuse with his essence soul. It was also because of this that although they were both peak Imperial Emperor bodies, they could not compare to any of the three-corpse avatar, let alone the physical body after the three-corpse avatar had fused. The power of the world that he cultivated was also greatly reduced. If it were 2,000 years ago, he would definitely be able to suppress Su Zimo with the three-corpse avatar at its peak. Of course, Fengdu did not panic. Even if he did not use his trump card, the outcome of this battle between the two was still unpredictable. Moreover, he still had the great Emperor-level essence soul. Boom! 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 The underworld and the five grotto heavens collided continuously, emitting dazzling light between heaven and earth. The galaxy shook and the void collapsed. Fengdu had lived for an unknown number of years and oversaw the netherworld. He was experienced and had many tricks up his sleeve. Su Zimo could use almost all of the methods that he could control. On the other hand, Su Zimo's advantage lay in the strength of Qinglian. His 5 heavenly abodes withstood the impact of the underworld world, and with his 4 heads and 8 arms, he was incomparably valiant. Both sides fought fiercely. A bloody mist pervaded the air from the blue skies to the underworld, causing the heavens and earth to be turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and even the stars in the heavens lost their luster. As the battle between Su Zimo and Fengdu broke out, more and more experts of different domains stood up and rushed to the Heaven Realm battlefield. They joined forces with the experts of Heaven Wasteland Domain, Sword Domain, and other domains to resist the army of Hell and the allied forces of the Blood Domain, Poison Domain, and other domains. This battle was not only for the Heaven Realm, but also for the myriad races themselves. Once the Heavenly Court was re-established, all living beings would be imprisoned and enslaved again, never to see the light of day again. Su Zimo and Fengdu fought fiercely. Both sides fought fiercely, and neither of them retreated. As time went by, Fengdu gradually felt a trace of exhaustion. This was a middle world after all, and there was no supply of Genesis Qi. To maintain the underworld world required a huge consumption. And Su Zimo's 5 heavenly abodes absorbed Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. The 5 heavenly abodes exerted their power at the same time, connecting the heavens. While fighting with Fengdu, they absorbed and plundered the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi of the 3,000 domains. The longer the battle lasted, the more advantageous it was for Su Zimo. Moreover, Su Zimo had the body of the grade 12 creation Qinglian, and his self-healing ability was astonishing. Coupled with the defense of the 9 heavens living soil, even if he was slightly injured, he would quickly heal and not affect his battle strength. Fengdu's situation was different. His physical body was pieced together from the corpses and flesh of many experts, and could not be compared to the body of the creation Qinglian. After a few close-range battles, his physical body was already covered in cuts and bruises, and was extremely damaged. When the 3,000 whisks of the Tai horsetail whisk whipped his body, large patches of scars would appear, and his flesh would be badly mutilated. When the 3 jade rui fell, a large hole would appear on his body. The sharpness of the Qinglian's sword was even more terrifying. If he had not relied on several emperor weapons to desperately resist the Qinglian's sword, his body would have been cut in 2. If this continued, even if he did not die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Araki Takashi, your Qinglian body is indeed not bad. It will belong to me from now on. Fengdu suddenly screamed. Accompanied by a flickering light between his brows, an extremely terrifying power suddenly burst forth, silently enveloping Su Zimo. When this power descended, the world suddenly became quiet. Everything was silent. A terrifying pressure that had not appeared in 2,000 years shrouded the 3,000 worlds. This was the power of a great emperor's divine sense. A ghostly fire drifted over. Fengdu wanted to use his emperor-level primordial spirit to directly destroy Su Zimo's primordial spirit. In the face of this primordial spirit attack, Su Zimo's expression was calm as if he had already expected it. In fact, after his realm reached the quasi-emperor realm, his primordial spirit realm had already reached the greater success of the emperor realm. And after 2,000 years of wandering and experiencing the grief of the departure of his loved ones, his Tao heart became stronger and stronger, and he comprehended many forbidden techniques. Although he was restricted by his realm and could not release the true forbidden techniques, as he comprehended these forbidden techniques, the power of his primordial spirit also continued to rise. Now, it had even reached the perfected emperor realm. Of course, it was only the perfected emperor realm. It was still unable to withstand Fengdu's primordial spirit secret technique. Whoosh! Su Zimo's eyes lit up. A 100,000 feet tall phantom rose from the ground, connecting heaven and earth. Battle intent surged and merged with the bloodline phenomenon behind him. Behind him, a mysterious river appeared. Su Zimo held a horsetail whisk, a sword, and a turtle snake, standing in the long river of time. The secret technique of fighting ancient and modern was activated. Su Zimo's physical body and primordial spirit power soared again. Under the situation of consuming 10,000 years of lifespan in a breath, the power of his primordial spirit had already surpassed the perfected emperor realm and was infinitely close to that of a great emperor. That was enough. Dragon's secret technique, reverse scale. The last of the 3 secret skills of the perfection of Nirvana Sutra, Nirvana silence. Coupled with the essence spirit attack released by Qinglian's sword. 3 top-notch essence spirit secret techniques burst forth and charged towards Fengdu's essence spirit secret technique. At the same time, in Su Zimo's consciousness, golden light spread and Sanskrit reverberated endlessly. Various Buddhas appeared and dragons and elephants trumpeted. Qinglian's essence spirit sat upright on the grade 12 creation lotus platform with her palms pressed together. She lowered her head and looked different. Rays of light spewed out from the lotus cave and surrounded her. The surrounding petals closed and protected Qinglian's essence spirit, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. In the blink of an eye, his essence spirit attack and defense trump cards were all used to defend against Fengdu's essence spirit secret technique. Fengdu's essence spirit was indeed powerful and invincible. However, no matter how strong his essence spirit was, there was a limit. After the will-o'-the-wisp broke through its reverse scale, its power weakened slightly. After crushing the Nirvana silence dermic seal, it lost quite a bit of its power and the flame shrank. When it collided with Qinglian's sword, the will-o'-the-wisp was already at the end of its tether. It charged into Su Zimo's consciousness and faced the attacks of the Buddhas, dragons, and elephants. When it arrived in front of the creation lotus platform, the will-o'-the-wisp had already turned into flickering sparks that posed almost no threat. When it collided with the petals of the creation lotus platform, it extinguished instantly without leaving a mark. End of chapter. Chapter 32:18. Under the augmentation of the ancient and modern battle, Su Zimo's aura surged and his gaze intensified. His left eye was pitch black and his right eye was pure white. He looked at Fengdu and said indifferently, "Fengdu, you've lost." Boom! 2 beams of light, one black and one white, burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes and landed on the Tai horsetail whisk. With yin and yang as the ink and Tai as the brush. 6 ding and 6 jia in the book, gods and ghosts shall disperse. Su Zimo held the Tai horsetail whisk and quickly wrote 12 mysterious runes in the void as he shouted softly. Under the activation of the power of yin and yang released by candle illumination and nether glow, the 12 runes instantly transformed into 12 terrifying heavenly gods in front of Su Zimo. 6 men and 6 women, Tai secret technique, 6 ding and 6 jia gods. The reason why this secret technique was only released now was because the combat strength of the 6 ding and 6 jia gods was directly related to the power of the essence spirit. The stronger the essence spirit, the stronger the secret technique and the stronger the combat strength of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods. At that moment, Su Zimo released the battle in 9 heavens, and the power of his essence spirit was pushed to its limits, infinitely close to that of a great emperor. This also meant that by relying on this Tai's secret technique, he could create 12 heavenly gods whose combat strength was infinitely close to that of a great emperor. Of course, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods were only condensed with the power of yin and yang. Without an essence spirit, they could not condense a world. Their true combat strength was definitely incomparable to experts of the same realm. However, in melee combat, Fengdu could not withstand the combined forces of the 12 heavenly gods. Su Zimo's eyes shone as he stepped on a turtle and snake and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. With the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods behind him, he stepped on the river of time and pointed at Fengdu with a torrential aura. Kill! He gave the order. Su Zimo and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods charged towards Fengdu at the same time. Like a magnificent army, they burst forth with an unstoppable aura on the astral battlefield. Fengdu's expression was aghast, and he was greatly alarmed. His fleshly body was already badly damaged from the battle just now. Even a great emperor-level primordial spirit couldn't do anything to Su Zimo. Right now, Su Zimo was leading 12 heavenly deities with terrifying auras. How was he supposed to defend himself? Boom! 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 The 5 grotto heavens once again launched an attack on Fengdu's underworld. At the same time, Su Zimo and the 12 heavenly gods unleashed a torrential attack to kill Fengdu. Fengdu might not be able to win against Su Zimo alone. Moreover, there were also 12 heavenly gods with terrifying close-range combat prowess. Both sides exchanged blows again, and in almost an instant, Fengdu had already begun to retreat. In his underworld world, countless ghost emperors rushed out, holding up a world and blocking in front of Su Zimo. However, the worlds condensed by these ghost emperors couldn't even withstand the battle spears and longswords of the 12 heavenly deities, let alone fight against Su Zimo. The war spear danced, and the universe was reversed. The longsword streaked across the sky, cutting through heaven and earth. After Su Zimo summoned the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods, he had already formed a crushing momentum and started a massacre. He was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, the living beings of all races felt incomparably excited. Even great Emperor Araki Takashi from back then was probably only a so-so. Why aren't you attacking? Are you waiting for me to be killed by him again? Fengdu dragged his broken body and retreated step by step. He could only rely on the power of the Netherworld Array to temporarily block the attacks of Su Zimo and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods. He was in a sorry state and screamed. Hee hee. Right at this moment, a sinister laugh sounded from heaven and earth, causing one to shudder. The next moment, a black-haired man appeared. He wore armor made of white bones that protected his vital parts tightly and held a bone spear in his hand. This man suddenly appeared in the starry sky and stood between heaven and earth. He looked down at Su Zimo and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods beside him with a cold gaze. His eyes seemed to reflect mountains of corpses and seas of blood. An unimaginably majestic pressure enveloped the 3,000 worlds and suppressed the hearts of the living beings of all races. This kind of pressure had only appeared when the great emperor descended during the War of the Heavens 2,000 years ago. Even when Fengdu appeared just now, he did not have such an aura. Everyone on planet Tianhuang looked at the man between heaven and earth and had already guessed his identity. They could not help but look pale and solemn. The Lord of Hell. This was a true great emperor expert. He was a terrifying existence that was on par with the Fiend Lord, the Evil Emperor, and the Brahma Ghost Mother back then. If the Emperor of Infinity had not sacrificed himself and used his flesh and blood to create the Avicii Hell to imprison this terrifying existence, who knew how much bloodshed this terrifying existence would have caused in the middle world? The heavenly tribulation 2,000 years ago not only killed the great Emperor Araki Takashi at that time, but also leveled the Taiwei Mountain and pierced through the Avicii Hell. This terrifying existence that had been suppressed for 2 eras was also released in this life. The Lord of Hell had returned and was bound to take revenge and start a massacre. Su Zimo, who was inextricably linked to the Emperor of Infinity, was the first to bear the brunt. The Lord of Hell might let some people go, but he would never let Su Zimo go. Why did you only come out now? Fengdu glanced at the Lord of Hell with a trace of resentment. The Lord of Hell said indifferently, since you want to become the Lord of Heaven and Earth, I naturally have to give you a chance to show your power. I did not expect that you could not even suppress a small ant. Fengdu snorted coldly, my 3 corpses Dharma body was destroyed by him 2,000 years ago. If not, I would not have been defeated. The Lord of Hell did not continue to argue with Fengdu. Instead, he turned to look at Su Zimo and said in a cold voice, you have indeed inherited the methods of the bald donkey Infinity. Since I have returned, I will erase all traces of Infinity in this world. I will kill the ants that cultivate Buddhism. I will kill all living beings that are related to Infinity even more. As soon as this sentence was finished, it spread throughout the 3,000 realms. These were the words of the Great Emperor, and they contained the will of the Great Emperor. Not to mention the ordinary living beings, even the imperial emperors were stunned for a moment. An invisible force shrouded the hearts of many experts. In this life, without the Great Emperor Araki Takashi and the Great Emperor Shuedai, who else could suppress the Lord of Hell? Could it be that they hoped that at this moment, there would be someone in the middle world who could prove their Tao as a great emperor? The hearts of many experts gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. If the others were already in such a state, one could imagine the pressure that Su Zimo, who was confronting the Lord of Hell, was facing. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no trace of panic or fear on Su Zimo's face. His face was as calm as still water. Even in the face of the Lord of Hell, who had returned with great force, Su Zimo's eyes were still like an ancient well, without any fluctuations. You should not have come back. Su Zimo suddenly said in a calm voice. The Lord of Hell raised his eyebrows. He did not understand the meaning of Su Zimo's words. Su Zimo said slowly, if you had obediently ascended to the great 1,000 realms, it would have been fine. However, since you have chosen to return to the middle world, I will suppress you again on behalf of the Infinity Emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 32:19. The King of Hell's face darkened when he heard the name of the Wuxia Emperor. You want to suppress me? The King of Hell squinted his eyes and stared at Su Zimo coldly. Not only the King of Hell, but the others could not believe that Su Zimo, who was only at the Emperor-to-be realm, could suppress a great emperor. Even the martial Tao body back then couldn't do this. When Fengdu heard this, it was as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He sneered with a disdainful expression. Su Zimo could fight with him, but he was no match for the King of Hell. The King of Hell was a true great emperor. The difference in their combat power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Su Zimo said calmly, not only will I suppress you, but I will also imprison you in the hell of Avicii so that you will never be reincarnated. Ah! When the King of Hell heard the hell of Avicii, he seemed to be greatly agitated. He recalled the pain he had suffered for 2 eras and suddenly became manic. He let out a long roar. Die, you ant! The King of Hell looked ferocious and his eyes were filled with hatred. The blood in his body surged and the eerie hell behind him appeared. He reached out his huge hand and a Tao seal appeared in his palm. He slammed it down on Su Zimo. The King of Hell was furious and used almost all of his strength in this attack. Not only did he release his blood, but he also held up a world and condensed the Tao seal of the Great Emperor. He was determined to kill Su Zimo on the spot. Before that palm strike even landed, the stars in the star region around Su Zimo were reduced to dust. Under the cover of the huge hand, Su Zimo's escape route was sealed. The first to suffer were the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods who were guarding around him. After all, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods did not have flesh and blood and primordial spirits. They were only condensed from the power of the sun and Yin. They were not true great emperors. The king of hell's palm, which was supported by the Tao seal, was extremely fragile. Before the king of hell's palm could touch them, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods could not withstand it. They collapsed and turned into the power of yin and yang and disappeared into heaven and earth. Ka ka ka. The bloodline vision and fighting soul behind Su Zimo were also crushed by the king of hell's giant hand. Under the gazes of countless people, the Lord of Hell's gigantic hand descended from the sky. Su Zimo was truly as small as an ant. The difference was too great. The experts of the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Sword domain, the Blood Ape domain, the Great Wasteland domain and other domains all felt a sense of powerlessness when they saw this scene. Even if they wanted to help, it would be useless. Before they could even enter the range of the giant hand, they were already dead. In the face of the King of Hell's attack, Su Zimo seemed to already know the outcome. He did not dodge. Instead, he closed his eyes and gave up resisting. However, no one noticed that right before Su Zimo closed his eyes, a bright light flashed through the depths of his eyes. From the heart to the heart, there is no place for the heart to stay, no worries about life and death, no illusions of the body and mind extinguish. Dharma is empty in all directions, there is no self in all Dharma. Su Zimo lowered his eyebrows and eyes and recited scriptures. However, the surrounding heaven and earth collapsed and the starry sky collapsed. Amidst the deafening roar, his recitation was quickly drowned out. No one could hear it anymore. The 5 grotto heavens continued to spew out beams of light with phenomenons that protected Su Zimo's surroundings. The King of Hell's gigantic hand descended and the Tao seal flashed. The 5 heavenly caves were still supporting and protecting Su Zimo, who was in the middle. However, the difference in power between the two sides was too great. The 5 heavenly caves collapsed completely and were annihilated by the King of Hell's palm. They turned into nothingness. Even Su Zimo disappeared without a trace. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. It was as if the King of Hell's palm had wiped him off the face of heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. The heaven and earth gradually returned to peace. The armies that were fighting on the battlefield also gradually stopped fighting. Sighs could be heard all over the 3,000 realms. What a pity. Fengdu licked his lips and said, Araki Takashi's Qinglian body was not bad, but you destroyed it just like that. The King of Hell frowned. There were countless beings in the world, but he was the only one who could sense a trace of abnormality. His attack just now was indeed terrifying. It was enough to kill that quasi-emperor ant. However, this palm strike was simply too clean. There was not even a drop of blood. The feeling he got was that desolate marshal did not seem to have been killed by him, but had suddenly disappeared. Had he disappeared right in front of him? How was that possible? A dim light surged in the King of Hell's eyes. He released a secret eye technique and looked in the direction where Su Zimo had disappeared. The King of Hell's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Fengdu asked subconsciously when he saw the King of Hell's expression. Not bad. He's not dead. Fengdu's eyes were dark and murderous. He stared at the direction where Su Zimo had disappeared and said in a bone-chilling voice. He's not dead? Fengdu hurriedly released his divine sense and swept it across the starry sky. Just as he had expected. Under his divine sense, there was indeed a figure hiding there. It was Su Zimo who had just disappeared. However, Su Zimo's state was a little strange. It was as if he had sunk into layers of space. It was as if there was nothingness and no technique could touch him. Is this a forbidden spatial technique? Fengdu frowned and reacted immediately. However, he soon asked doubtfully, this person is only a quasi-emperor. How could he release a forbidden technique and evade your attack? The King of Hell's palm had not retracted. It was still suspended in the starry sky and could descend at any time. At this moment, the King of Hell suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. He subconsciously retracted his palm and could not help but be shocked. Even though he had just noticed that Su Zimo was not dead, he did not pay much attention to it. However, the sharp pain in his palm made his heart tremble. This meant that the force from before was already capable of injuring him and even threatening him. Then, under everyone's gaze, Su Zimo's figure appeared in the empty starry sky battlefield once again. He could not maintain his state of nothingness for too long. At this moment, the 5 grotto heavens behind him had already collapsed and disappeared. In their place was a world that seemed to contain heaven and earth, yin and yang, the 5 elements, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, life and death. This world seemed to contain everything and tolerate nothing. When everyone looked over with rapt attention, everything inside had disappeared. What replaced it was a hazy gray fog, which was blurry and unclear. Vaguely, they could see a jade-green Xinglian soaring into the sky and swaying with light. This is Araki Takashi's world? Zimo has entered the martial emperor realm. When the old man with the iron crown and the others saw this scene, they finally reacted and were overjoyed. I know now. Ling Long, immortal emperor, was enlightened and muttered softly, Zimo was using the king of hell's hand to destroy his 5 grotto heavens and merge them back into one to form a world. Zimo's words just now and the mention of the Avicii emperor and the Avicii hell were to provoke the king of hell and make him attack with all his might. End of chapter. Chapter 32-20. All these years, Su Zimo had been traveling outside, sensing the world and comprehending Taoist techniques. His 5 grotto heavens had become increasingly powerful and indestructible. If he wanted to merge the 5 grotto heavens, he had to have enough power to destroy them, rebuild them, and merge them again. With Su Zimo's own strength, he couldn't do that at all. Even Fengdu couldn't destroy his 5 grotto heavens. Only great emperors had absolute power. Immortal Emperor Ling Long's guess was right. Su Zimo's words just now were to anger the Lord of Hell. The Avicii hell had been penetrated and couldn't imprison the Lord of Hell at all. But when he heard about the Avicii Great Emperor and the Avicii hell, the Lord of Hell couldn't help but recall the pain and torture he had suffered for 2 eras. He was enraged. Su Zimo also used the Lord of Hell to break through the bottleneck and step into the Great Emperor realm. Just as the 5 grotto heavens merged and formed a world, some fragmented memory fragments appeared in his mind again. There were many overlaps with the memory fragments when he stepped into the true self realm. There was blood and bones everywhere. All living beings wailed and withered. Apart from that, some new fragmented images appeared. There was yin and yang, lightning, slaughter, fire. These gradually disappeared, and in the end, everything returned to a state of chaos. It was gray and blurry. There was no light and no darkness. There were no 5 elements, and he couldn't feel the existence of space. He couldn't even feel the passage of time. Then, the chaos suddenly exploded and turned into black, gold, red, and green lights. They scattered at the end of the void and disappeared. And the green light seemed to fall from the sky, penetrating layers of the void and breaking through layers of barriers, and fell on Su Zimo's head. In the next moment, Su Zimo's body shook violently and he suddenly woke up. All of the memory fragments and intermittent scenes from just now had already disappeared. As for his world, it had already been formed. In this world, all the Taos and techniques of the 5 grotto heavens were merged. There were immortals, Buddhas, demons, heaven and earth, yin and yang, 5 elements, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, life and death. All techniques returned to one. In the end, these Taoist arts and forbidden secret scriptures became Su Zimo's fortune and fused into a world. Su Zimo originally thought that after stepping into the Emperor realm, he would be able to form a world of fortune. But at this moment, he faintly sensed that the world he'd condensed didn't just contain the energy of creation. In other words, the creation was only a part of it. Chaos, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he suddenly thought of that word. He had come into contact with the theory of chaos back in Tianhuang mainland. At that time, Di Yin, who had once been his enemy, had comprehended 2 Jin Dan avatars in the Jin Dan realm, the primal chaos sea and the world-cleansing Qinglian. He fused the two Jin Dan phenomenons together and created a new phenomenon, a Qinglian that was born in the sea of chaos. However, Su Zimo's creation Qinglian wasn't something that the world-cleansing Qinglian could compare to. The chaos that appeared in his memories wasn't the primal chaos sea that Di'in had comprehended. The chaos in those memory fragments was more primordial, more ancient, and more mysterious. This chaos seemed to be able to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. It wasn't just a matter. And the creation Qinglian seemed to be inextricably linked to this chaos. But now that he was facing a great enemy, he didn't have time to think too much. Su Zimo decided to temporarily call the world behind him the primal chaos world. The Lord of Hell, who was not far away, calmed down. He also realized that he had been used, and his gaze turned even darker. He looked at the world that Su Zimo had condensed behind him and narrowed his eyes. What had caused him to feel a piercing pain was this world. Of course, it was only a piercing pain. It was still far from being a match for him. After all, he was a great emperor. Even if Su Zimo had stepped into the great emperor realm, there was still a huge gap between them. When a great emperor condensed a Dao seal, his strength had already reached another level. Zimo has stepped into the great emperor realm. It seems like the middle world has a chance of surviving this calamity. When Feng Cantian saw this, his spirits were lifted. I don't think so. The old man with the iron crown still looked worried. He said softly, when Araki Takashi had just entered the great emperor realm, he could only barely hold on against the combined attacks of the White Sky Lord and Fengdu. He even lost an arm. When the other experts heard this, they also recalled the scene back then and nodded secretly. Back then, when facing the combined attacks of the White Sky Lord and Fengdu, Wu Dao's original body was indeed severely injured and showed signs of defeat. Dai Yu had become a great emperor and joined the battle. She stood side by side with Araki Takashi and turned the situation around. After the start of the War of the Heavens, for some reason, Araki Takashi's combat strength suddenly increased greatly. He could even fight against several great emperors with his own strength. However, it also led to a disaster. Immortal King Ling Long nodded and said, Zimo's Wu Dao's true body is an anomaly. It jumped out of the three realms and is not in the five elements. Because of this, after he released some kind of secret technique, his combat strength could break through the suppression of the middle world and reach another level. Although Zimo's Qinglian's true body is the only one in the world, it is not an anomaly. It is still within the rules of the heavenly Tao. The other experts revealed a look of realization. In other words, when Su Zimo stepped into the great emperor realm, no matter how strong his combat strength was, there was an upper limit. At most, it was close to the Lord of Hell. And on the Lord of Hell's side, there was Fengdu, who was close to the great emperor's combat strength. The joy that surged out of everyone was once again washed away by the worry that followed. The situation that Su Zimo was facing now was actually very similar to the situation 2,000 years ago. It was still Su Zimo facing a great emperor and Fengdu together. However, this time, Su Zimo was not an anomaly. He also did not know a secret technique that could break through the rules of the heavenly Tao like Wu Dao. He also did not have Great Emperor Blood Butterfly by his side. Araki Takashi, this time you don't have that Great Emperor Blood Butterfly by your side. Let's see who else can help you. Fengdu also thought of this and shouted loudly. I don't need anyone's help to suppress the two of you. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. He held up a world and unleashed the secret technique of ancient and modern combat. He stepped on the river of time and went against the flow. Facing the Lord of Hell and Fengdu, he attacked first. He crossed the Sea of Stars in one step and descended in front of the Lord of Hell. You're courting death. The Lord of Hell was wearing a white bone armor and holding a white bone saber. Behind him, a dark and gloomy hell appeared. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. The smell of blood filled the sky and suppressed Su Zimo. At the same time, Fengdu also attacked with the underworld world. Boom! Su Zimo's world collided with the underworld world and exploded with an earth-shattering sound. The underworld world also descended, causing the chaos world to tremble continuously. The creation of the world, Qinglian, also shook continuously and released balls of brilliance. As the battle between the three experts broke out, the killing on the Heaven Realm battlefield began again. More and more domains joined in and more experts rushed to the Heaven Realm battlefield to fight side by side with the cultivators of the Heaven Wasteland domain and the Sword World. Even with the endless number of creatures crawling out from the abyss of hell, even with the alliance of the Blood World, the Tomb World and the other 5 domains, the Heaven Wasteland domain gradually stabilized the situation. The most important thing was still the battle between the great emperors. End of chapter. Chapter 32-21. Between Heaven and Earth. When Su Zimo stepped into the Arch Realm, his lifespan also increased dramatically. Ordinary Grotto Heavenly Kings had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, while ordinary Imperial Emperors had a lifespan of about 10 million years. And Su Zimo had condensed 5 Grotto Heavens, so his lifespan was 5 million years. After the 5 Grotto Heavens merged and transformed into the Chaos World, his lifespan increased by 10 times, reaching an astonishing 50 million years. With such a long lifespan, Su Zimo also extended the state of fighting ancient and modern. Even if fighting ancient and modern consumed an astonishing amount of lifespan, Su Zimo could still maintain his peak state for a long time. And stepping into the Arch Realm and releasing the battle ancient and modern also allowed Su Zimo's primordial spirit to completely break through the realm barrier and reach the Arch Realm. In the battle, Fengdu once again released the primordial spirit secret technique and even cast a primordial spirit curse on Su Zimo. It was all resolved by Su Zimo with the help of the Arch Realm primordial spirit. At this level, Fengdu was no longer a threat to Su Zimo. Fengdu's underworld world had a limited impact on the chaos world. The real pressure came from the terrifying power of the Lord of Hell. Su Zimo's chaos world could no longer hold on under the suppression of the underworld world and the underworld world. It was on the verge of collapse. Even if he stepped into the Arch Realm and his combat strength increased sharply, giving birth to the chaos world, he still couldn't fight against a true Arch. The difference in strength between the Arch Realm and the Arch Realm was too great. Even back then, the powerful Wu Dao's original body was seriously injured by the joint forces of the White Sky Lord and Fengdu without releasing the Yuan Wu world. If he continued to fight, the Chaos world would have collapsed before his lifespan was exhausted. Seeing that the situation was settled, the Lord of Hell's attacks became more and more fierce. He sneered and said, "Araki Takashi, even if you step into the Arch Realm, you won't be able to touch my level. Today, you will definitely die." Not necessarily. Su Zimo's expression was fearless when he heard this, and his gaze was like a torch. Suddenly, he tossed the Tai Horsetail Whisk, the Trijade Rui Scepter, the 9 Heaven Life Soil, and the Qinglian sword into the air before controlling them with his divine sense to protect his surroundings. As a result, all 8 of his arms were free. For some reason, Fengdu suddenly felt his heart palpitate, and he couldn't help but frown slightly as he shouted, "Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zimo's forehead shone with light at the same time. He activated his primordial spirit and his 4 palms kept changing in midair. His fingers moved nimbly as if he was plucking the strings of a guqin. Mist surged between the gaps of his fingers. It was as if numerous faintly discernible grand daos had been born, and they emitted a terrifying aura. Forbidden technique? The Lord of Hell was slightly taken aback, but then he sneered, "When one's technique reaches the pinnacle, it's close to the Tao. The so-called forbidden arts are merely the pinnacle of magical techniques. They are only infinitely close to the Tao, but have yet to touch the true Tao. In my hell, I have already condensed a complete Tao seal. Only when the great Tao manifests can the Tao seal manifest." The great Tao was formless. It couldn't be seen, nor could it be touched. Only when one's comprehension of a certain magical technique reached the pinnacle could the great Tao be manifested in the form of a Tao seal and merge it with the world that one cultivated. Under normal circumstances, this was an insurmountable gap in strength. Therefore, in the Lord of Hell's opinion, no matter what kind of forbidden technique Su Zimo had comprehended, it was still just a magical technique. His Tao seal was enough to destroy it. However, as soon as the Lord of Hell finished speaking, his expression changed slightly. He stared at Su Zimo's four palms and said seriously, "These are, for types of forbidden techniques." Since ancient times, there were very few experts in the Emperor realm who could comprehend two types of forbidden techniques. Even in the Great Thousand World, there were only a few experts who could comprehend more than two types of forbidden techniques. The Lord of Hell had never thought that Su Zimo could comprehend four different types of forbidden techniques. What was even more terrifying was that he could release four types of forbidden techniques at the same time. One had to know that forbidden techniques were extremely taxing on one's primordial spirit. It was useless for an Emperor realm expert to comprehend too many forbidden techniques. Even at their peak, they could only release two types of forbidden techniques at most before their primordial spirit was exhausted. However, Su Zimo's primordial spirit had reached the level of a great emperor. With the help of the 4 heads and 8 arms, he was able to manifest 4 types of forbidden techniques at the same time. The Lord of Hell stopped looking down on Su Ke, and the cold smile on his face had long disappeared. Indeed, 1 or 2 forbidden techniques wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. However, when 4 types of forbidden techniques were unleashed at the same time, together with Araki Takashi's Qinglian bloodline and the battle secret technique, the chaotic world that was created could indeed unleash a heaven-defying power that could turn the tide of the battle. The Lord of Hell did not want to lose to an ordinary Emperor realm expert who had just stepped into the Emperor realm. The Lord of Hell activated his blood chi, and his entire body was filled with an eerie nether chi. The bloodline vision condensed behind him, and the white bone armor on his body burned. In the Hell world behind him, the Tao seal became clearer and clearer, and the aura of the Hell world continued to rise. The Lord of Hell was ready to face Su Zimo's next attack. At this moment, he did not even notice that the situation was quietly changing. From him and Tao Wu joining forces to attack, to him and Tao Wu passively defending. At this moment, the momentum of this battle was quietly leaning towards Su Zimo. Restriction of the Immortal Tao. Su Zimo's hand fell, and he was the first to form the first type of forbidden technique. Restriction of the Buddhist Tao. Following closely behind, the second type of forbidden technique descended. Restriction of the demonic Tao. Restriction of Yin Yang. The third and fourth types of forbidden techniques were released almost at the same time. In the past 2,000 years, Su Zimo's cultivation had reached the boundary Emperor realm, and now he had even stepped into the Emperor realm. However, this was not his greatest gain in these years. It was his comprehension of various Tao techniques. Although the 5 grotto heavens had merged and evolved into the chaotic world, Su Zimo had comprehended 5 different types of forbidden techniques through the 5 grotto heavens before this. However, limited by his cultivation realm, these forbidden techniques were at most at the level of quasi-forbidden. At this moment, he had stepped into the Emperor realm, and the power of his primordial spirit had skyrocketed, and he could finally release these forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques consumed a lot of the primordial spirit, and with his Emperor-level primordial spirit, he could at most release 4 types of forbidden techniques at once. Even so, the 4 types of forbidden techniques descending almost at the same time created an extremely terrifying scene. The power of the 4 types of forbidden techniques caused the weather to change, and the starry sky to tremble. Even Fengdu's underworld world could not withstand it, and it seemed like it would collapse at any time. Su Zimo propped up the chaotic world, and his chi and blood rose. The living soil of the 9 heavens, the Trijade Rui scepter, the Tai horsetail whisk, and the Qingping sword circled around him. He stepped on the river of time, and with the 4 types of forbidden techniques in his hands, he charged towards the Lord of Hell and Fengdu in front of him with a monstrous aura. At this moment, even the combined forces of the Lord of Hell and Fengdu were suppressed by Su Zimo alone in terms of aura. End of this chapter. Chapter 32-22. Boom. 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 A series of earth-shattering collisions broke out in the battle between the three of them. The Lord of Hell and Feng Du kept retreating, completely at a disadvantage. The experts of the 10,000 races saw this scene and were greatly energized. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. The words, Great Emperor Araki Takashi, resounded in the 3,000 worlds again. The experts of the 10,000 races had seen the death of Wu Dao's original body with their own eyes. They had thought that the former Great Emperor Araki Takashi had died and his soul had dissipated. Now, they saw that Araki Takashi's original body of Qinglian could compete with a Great Emperor in the Emperor realm. He had even completely suppressed the Lord of Hell and Feng Du. This also meant that Su Zimo's combat power was now comparable to a Great Emperor's. I knew that the era of the two emperors wouldn't end so easily. Yes, although Great Emperor Shui Dai has fallen, in this era, we still have Great Emperor Araki Takashi to guard the middle world and protect the 10,000 races. The morale of the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Domain, Sword Domain, Blood Ape Domain, and other experts was greatly boosted. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Hell Army, Blood Domain, and Tomb Domain were a little confused. They showed signs of defeat and began to retreat. Don't panic. Hold on. Feng Du's voice suddenly sounded. The outcome of this battle is still unknown. In fact, the Lord of Hell and Feng Du were suppressed by Su Zimo's attacks, but the Lord of Hell's world condensed an unshakable Dao seal after all. Su Zimo had just entered the Emperor realm, and even with the 4 great forbidden techniques, he couldn't destroy the Hell world. Just as the Lord of Hell said, the power between the Emperor realm and the Great Emperor realm was an almost insurmountable gap, like a moat. Feng Du had seen this point and made an accurate judgment. Su Zimo couldn't afford to continue this battle at all. The Hell world was connected to the river Styx and had endless treasures. No matter how great the consumption, the Lord of Hell could withstand it. But Su Zimo was different. The reason why he was able to unleash such terrifying battle prowess was not only because of his powerful blood qi and the 4 great forbidden arts, but also because of the secret techniques of ancient and modern battles. As for the secret techniques of the ancient and modern battles, they could last for 10,000 years in one breath. Even if Su Zimo had a lifespan of 50 million, the duration of the battle was limited. If this stalemate continued, Su Zimo would definitely lose. Araki Takashi. The Lord of Hell gradually got a chance to take a breather from Su Zimo's attacks. The smile on his face reappeared. He said slowly, I've said it before. No matter how powerful the forbidden art is, it's only close to the Great Way. It can't affect my Taoist seal. Su Zimo did not say a word. His face was as calm as still water as he maintained his powerful offensive. Hee. The Lord of Hell sneered, Araki Takashi, is this all you've got? How disappointing. The 4 forbidden techniques are nothing more than this. Really? Su Zimo suddenly asked. His 4 palms, which were originally empty, were once again forming hand seals. They constantly changed in mid-air and condensed into mysterious and profound seals. What he had comprehended over the years was not just the 4 forbidden techniques. Just the 5 grotto heavens alone had evolved into 5 different forbidden techniques. However, Su Zimo still had some misgivings in his heart, so he had been holding back. But now, if he could not suppress the Lord of Hell and Feng Du as soon as possible, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Thinking of this, Su Zimo did not hesitate anymore. He was prepared to use thunderous means to suppress the Lord of Hell and Feng Du first. Long swords fell from the sky and landed around the Lord of Hell and Feng Du. With the swords as tombstones, they formed sword tombs. This was the forbidden art that had evolved from the Daluo sword tomb. Other than the Daluo sword tomb, it also contained the white tiger devouring corpse, the 3 great sword techniques, and various other ultimate killing secret techniques. The combination of 10,000 techniques allowed Su Zimo to sense the Tao of massacre and comprehend this forbidden art of massacre. the fifth forbidden technique descended. The Lord of Hell and Fengdu's expressions changed drastically. It was not only because of the appearance of the fifth forbidden technique, but also because the killing power of this fifth forbidden technique was too strong. Originally, with the Lord of Hell in front of him, Fengdu was almost unharmed. But at this moment, even the Lord of Hell could not protect Fengdu. Slaughter was everywhere, and there was no way it could not penetrate. The forbidden art of massacre descended, and the killing power had already trapped the Lord of Hell and Fengdu, sealing all their exits. The appearance of the 5 forbidden techniques at the same time caused Su Zimo's attack to rise to another level. The Lord of Hell's pressure soared, and he could not care about Fengdu at all. Under the encirclement of the forbidden art of massacre, Fengdu's originally broken body was already riddled with holes and could collapse at any time. The Lord of Hell glanced at Fengdu. There was a complicated look in his eyes. The Lord of Hell did not say it explicitly, but he was telling Fengdu that he could not take care of himself and could no longer protect Fengdu. Even if Fengdu died, he would not die and would make a comeback in the future. The Lord of Hell used all his energy and mind to resist Su Zimo's attack, leaving Fengdu to fend for himself. As long as he continued to hold on and dragged on until Araki Takashi's lifespan ran out, he would be the final winner of this battle. Just as this thought came to his mind, under Su Zimo's 6th palm, another great Tao faintly appeared. This palm lightly slapped towards the Lord of Hell and Fengdu. It seemed soft and powerless, and it posed no threat. But the Lord of Hell and Fengdu felt a chill down their spines, and their expressions changed drastically. Nank palm. The Lord of Hell and Fengdu exclaimed at the same time. How could it be? This was the evil emperor's secret technique. No. This was not Nank palm. It was just that this palm technique contained the power of the dream realm. This was the 6th forbidden technique that Su Zimo had comprehended, the forbidden dream realm. This forbidden technique was completely due to the earth-shattering war of the heavens 2,000 years ago. Not only had Su Zimo witnessed it with his own eyes, but he had also personally experienced it. In that battle, he had even accidentally released a similar Dao technique to kill young Master Xian Tian. The 6th forbidden technique descended. And it came from the evil emperor's forbidden dream realm. Although this forbidden dream realm was not as powerful as the evil emperor's Nank palm, it still affected the Lord of Hell and Fengdu greatly. The two of them suddenly felt dazed. The time was extremely short. Soon, the two of them regained their senses. But it was during this moment of daze that the 7th forbidden technique descended. What? The Lord of Hell was shocked. Before he could react, he heard Su Zimo sigh softly. He did not even look at the Lord of Hell and Fengdu. At this moment, Su Zimo seemed to be in a daze. He recalled something, and a heart-wrenching sadness flashed past his eyes. At that moment, a beautiful figure seemed to be reflected in Su Zimo's eyes. And this beautiful figure was lying in his arms. Her lifespan was exhausted, and she was gradually withering away. The 7th forbidden technique, withering. Forbidden time. End of chapter. Chapter 32-23. Withering. With the fleeting youth, morning bell and evening drum, an ancient and modern battle as the foundation, one could comprehend time and time. However, for many years, Su Zimo was still unable to truly come into contact with the great Tao of time. Until he recalled the 1,000 years he spent with Yao Shui in the lower realm. He recalled the scene of Yao Shui lying in his arms. She didn't age, but her lifespan was depleted and she gradually withered away. The pain at that moment was indescribable. Time was the most ruthless and cruel. Even though he was extremely capable, there was nothing he could do. He could only look on helplessly as Yao Shui left him. Time was everywhere. Most living beings cultivated for nothing more than longevity, to extend their lifespan and resist the passage of time. Many powerful beings spent their entire lives fighting against time. This was the power of time. No one could avoid it. Unless one ascended to the greater world, there was a chance to unravel the secret of eternal life. However, in the middle world, even the Lord of Hell and Fengdu couldn't resist the power of time. The restriction of time was thus born. To be precise, Su Zimo was able to comprehend this forbidden technique because of Yao Shui. The king of Hell's face turned pale when he saw the seventh forbidden technique. Fengdu's eyes were filled with disbelief. His battered body had been smashed into pieces by the impact of the seven forbidden techniques. Although he had the primordial spirit of a great emperor, he couldn't resist the attack of the seven forbidden techniques and the terrifying impact of the restriction of time. In an instant, Fengdu's primordial spirit withered rapidly with Su Zimo's sigh. His life force was depleted. The Lord of Hell couldn't even take care of himself. How could he care about Fengdu? Fengdu's primordial spirit dissipated with a mournful cry. The Lord of Hell, who had just reappeared after 2,000 years and was preparing to establish the heavenly court and become the Lord of Heaven and Earth, was once again suppressed by Su Zimo. Fengdu was defeated by the same person twice. One could imagine the resentment and unwillingness in his heart. The power of the seven forbidden techniques was like a violent storm, bursting forth with extremely terrifying power. The flames on the Lord of Hell's white bone armor had already been extinguished. The densely packed bone fragments began to vibrate, as if they would fall off at any moment. The bloodline phenomenon behind the Lord of Hell had started to dissipate. He could only rely on the Taoist seal to support the crumbling Hell world. This was the difference between great emperors and great emperors. This was the distance between the art and the Tao. Even the seven great forbidden arts couldn't defeat the Lord of Hell. They could only shake his Taoist seal. Ha 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 ha. The aura of the Lord of Hell had been completely suppressed by Su Zimo. His hair was disheveled, and he looked embarrassed, but he still let out a burst of crazy laughter. Araki Takashi, in the end, you will never be able to cross this barrier of strength. Su Zimo didn't say anything. He just stared at the Lord of Hell with an emotionless face. His eyes were cold. His eighth palm swept through the air, creating a storm. The Lord of Hell's pupils suddenly contracted. He had thought that the seventh forbidden art was Su Zimo's limit. To his surprise, Su Zimo had unleashed his eighth forbidden art right after his provocation. How was it possible that he had unleashed 8 forbidden arts? This person's primordial spirit was able to sustain the power of 8 forbidden arts. The Lord of Hell naturally didn't know that Su Zimo's primordial spirit had not only merged with the Dragon Phoenix primordial spirit and cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, but he had also merged with the divine power of the candlelight and ghostly light. This was also the reason why he could reach the Great Emperor realm. If it were someone else, even if they had comprehended 8 forbidden arts, their primordial spirit would have collapsed the moment they unleashed them. You haven't seen her before. At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly spoke in the midst of the battle. Today, I will let you see what she is capable of. The storm was extremely small. However, in the storm, a blood-red butterfly gradually appeared. As the blood-red butterfly gently flapped its wings, the storm became bigger and bigger. It quickly swept through the starry sky, forming a blood-red storm that was about to tear the heavens and earth apart and destroy everything. The 8th forbidden art, the restriction of storm. The birth of this forbidden art was entirely due to Dai Yu's teachings. Seeing this scene, the experts of the myriad races had complicated feelings, and their expressions were filled with emotions. Some of the monster race experts from the Great Wasteland domain had red eyes and streaks of tears flowed down their cheeks. This was the Great Wasteland domain's Blood Butterfly Emperor. She was also the Middle World's Blood Butterfly Emperor. When this blood-red butterfly appeared in the world again, even if it was just a forbidden art, it was enough to move everyone. The era of the 2 emperors had never passed. In everyone's mind, they couldn't help but recall the scene 2,000 years ago when Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Blood Butterfly joined forces to fight against the Heavenly Court's lords. At this moment, the same thought flashed across everyone's mind. If Emperor Blood Butterfly was still around, she wouldn't have allowed the Lord of Hell to act so arrogantly in the middle world. Withering was comprehended because of Yao Shui. And this restriction of storm was comprehended because of Dai Yu by Su Zimo. 2,000 years wasn't a long time. It passed in the blink of an eye. Even with Su Zimo's talent, he couldn't step into the great emperor realm. He could only cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm. However, 2,000 years wasn't a short time either. It allowed him to comprehend 8 forbidden arts. Only he had personally experienced the war of the heavens and fought against the great emperors. Moreover, he was still alive. He had seen the techniques of the lords of the heavenly courts and the demonic emperor's techniques. He could sense every detail of the battle between the martial monarchs. This kind of experience couldn't be replicated. It was also difficult for others to experience it. For 2,000 years, Su Zimo had never closed his eyes. He had always been comprehending the techniques that he had seen in the War of the Heavens. He didn't dare to stop comprehending and cultivating. Once he stopped, he would involuntarily recall the scene of Dai Yu's death. Endless pain would hit him like a tidal wave. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Under the impact of the 8 forbidden arts, cracks started to appear in the Lord of Hell's world. It was about to collapse. His Dao seal couldn't hold on any longer. Its light dimmed. The Lord of Hell's white bone armor started to fall off. Bloody wounds started to appear on his body. Su Zimo made use of his 4 heads and 8 arms to unleash the 8 forbidden arts. He had almost pushed his combat strength to the limit. However, it seemed like he was still a little short of completely suppressing the Lord of Hell. At this moment, Su Zimo's figure suddenly became blurry. It was as if he was hiding in another part of the void. The 9th forbidden art, nihility. Restriction of space. This wasn't a killing forbidden art. It didn't have much attacking power. However, 9 was the limit. When the 9 forbidden arts landed on one person at the same time, they would finally break through the gap between the great emperors. They would break through the barrier between techniques and Daos. The 9 prohibitions covered the sky. 9 great Daos appeared vaguely. They formed a Dao seal between heaven and earth. The seal then pressed down on the Lord of Hell. Ah! The Lord of Hell roared. He wanted to resist with all his might. However, under the 9 prohibitions Dao seal, his body was full of holes. His hell world had completely collapsed. The Dao seal was also full of cracks. He couldn't resist at all. The Lord of Hell was about to die. End of chapter. Chapter 32-24. All of a sudden. All the beings in the 3,000 worlds seemed to have sensed something and looked up. Even the battlefield in the heaven realm paused for a moment. An unimaginable pressure shrouded the 3,000 worlds. This is, many kings and emperors who had experienced the war of the heavens trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Someone has reached the middle 1,000 worlds. After more than 2,000 years, another great emperor has reached the middle 1,000 worlds. This was the scene when Blood Butterfly Empress reached the middle 1,000 worlds. In this generation, there is Great Emperor Araki Takashi. This new Great Emperor will definitely defeat the Lord of Hell, protect the middle 1,000 worlds, and overturn the heavenly court. Many experts were excited, and their faces were filled with joy. Only the experts from the Heaven Wasteland domain, Sword domain, Dragon domain, and other large domains were still frowning. They looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. A mark of the 8 trigrams of the universe appeared in the sky. It was getting clearer and clearer. It's him. Ling Long Immortal Emperor shouted when she saw the mark. The hearts of the Iron Crown Elder and the others sank when they heard this. The situation that they were most worried about had happened. The Patriarch of the Academy had reached the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, at the moment when Su Zimo was about to defeat the Lord of Hell, the Patriarch of the Academy was very ambitious. He had been hiding for so many years just for this moment. The Iron Crown Elder, Ling Long Immortal Emperor, and the others knew that the Patriarch of the Academy would definitely side with the Lord of Hell. Su Zimo had used all his strength to defeat the Lord of Hell and Fengdu. Even if he could defeat the Lord of Hell, he would not have much combat power left. Now, the Patriarch of the Academy had reached the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, he was the Great Emperor of the Middle Thousand Worlds. This was a huge disaster for the beings in the 3,000 worlds. In the Middle Thousand Worlds, the Patriarch of the Academy's combat power would be unleashed to the extreme. He would even be stronger than the Lord of Hell. Even if Su Zimo was at his peak and used the 9 great forbidden techniques, he might not be able to defeat the Middle Thousand Worlds Patriarch of the Academy. Moreover, Su Zimo had used up all his strength to defeat the Middle Thousand Worlds. The consumption of the 9 great forbidden arts on the primordial spirit was unimaginable. Even Su Zimo's martial monarch primordial spirit could not hold on any longer. He felt dizzy. Not to mention the Patriarch of the Academy, if Fengdu were to make a comeback, he would be in grave danger given his condition. Could it be that everything is predestined? Seeing this scene, Elder Xian muttered, back then, when Emperor Araki Takashi was in danger, Empress Shuedai reached the Middle Thousand stage. And now, when the Lord of Hell is about to die, he has also proven his Tao. Could it be that this is the fate of the Middle Thousand realm? The old man with the iron crown was also at a loss. In order to break through the 9 heavens and crush the heavenly court, under the leadership of the great ancient emperors, the myriad races of the middle worlds fought for several epochs. Countless experts had fallen. 2,000 years ago, under the leadership of Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Blood Butterfly, the heavenly court was finally destroyed. But who would have thought that in the past 2 years, darkness would descend once again, shrouding the middle-class world? Ha ha ha, the heavens have not forsaken me. The Lord of Hell sensed this scene and was overjoyed. His eyes were burning with flames as he laughed. Su Zimo naturally realized what had happened. He was still expressionless. He only sighed softly in his heart. His eyes dimmed for a moment before returning to normal. Of course, he didn't believe in fate. He also didn't think that this was a coincidence. Su Zimo even guessed that the Patriarch of the Academy could take this step at any time. It was just that he chose to do so at this time. Su Zimo had originally planned to use thunderous means to suppress the Lord of Hell and Fengdu to temporarily resolve the crisis of the Middle Thousand realm. As long as he had another 1,000 years, or even a few hundred years, he would have the opportunity to use the 3 pure jade booklet to increase his cultivation level and enter the great success stage of the Emperor realm. As long as he reached the great success stage of the Emperor realm, even if the Patriarch of the Academy were to join forces with the Lord of Hell and Fengdu, he would still be able to fight them. Unfortunately, he was still one step away. The Patriarch of the Academy's Heaven and Earth Daoist seal descended. No matter how strong Su Zimo's 9 limits Daoist seal was, it couldn't resist the dual power of the Heaven and Earth Daoist seal and the Hell Daoist seal. Puff! The Lord of Hell's figure flew out and spat out blood. Although he was severely injured and his hell world was shattered, he survived. The Daoist seal formed by the intertwining of 9 great Daoist seals was already at the end of its tether. In the end, it still couldn't resist the Heaven and Earth Daoist seal formed by the Patriarch of the Academy. Under the gaze of countless people, the 9 limits Daoist seal gradually dissipated. Su Zimo's figure swayed slightly and his face turned pale. The attack just now had consumed too much of his energy. As the Heaven and Earth Daoist seal descended, a figure slowly appeared and walked down from the netherworld array. The Patriarch of the Academy was wearing a long robe. He had his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. His broad forehead seemed to contain infinite wisdom and he looked calm. There seemed to be a flight of stairs beneath his feet. The Patriarch of the Academy walked over and looked down at Su Zimo with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Behind the Patriarch of the Academy, there was a dense army of the sorcerer tribe. Their eyes were green and they were filled with murderous intent. Su Zimo, you've lost. The Patriarch of the Academy smiled slightly. Since the day he lost to Wu Dao's original body, He knew that he could only endure and wait for the right time. After enduring for so many years, he finally waited for this day. He had been holding this sentence in his heart for many years. In his life, he had made countless plans and taken every possibility into account. However, he had only lost twice to Su Zimo. He could lose once or twice, but he definitely wouldn't lose a third time. Furthermore, the Araki Takashi who posed the greatest threat to him was already dead. No matter how talented Su Zimo was, even if he had the bloodline of the creation Qinglian, everything was within his calculations. In the face of the patriarch of the Academy's words, Su Zimo remained silent. He merely adjusted his breathing and tried his best to recover the strength of his essence spirit. Naturally, this scene could not be hidden from the patriarch of the Academy. However, he did not care. He was already an emperor and everything was under his control. Do you know why you lost? The patriarch of the Academy asked with a smile. Su Zimo remained silent and merely looked at the patriarch of the Academy coldly. Even though Su Zimo did not respond, the patriarch of the Academy was still in high spirits and continued, "If I were you, I would choose to cultivate in seclusion until I reached the perfected emperor realm. So what if the heavenly courts are re-established? So what if the living beings of the 10,000 races are massacred? What do the lives of these ants have to do with me? You have too many concerns and are not patient enough. You are not heartless enough. How can you defeat me?" Hearing this, the Lord of Hell glanced at the patriarch of the Academy and nodded secretly. No wonder Fengdu had such a high evaluation of him. This kind of extremely calm and cold-blooded person could seize any opportunity that could be used. In this chaotic world, it was indeed possible for him to live a better life. However, Su Zimo was not the patriarch of the Academy after all. The two of them had different paths. The patriarch of the Academy looked around and looked at the elders with the Iron Crown and the other emperors. He said lightly, "In the past few years, all of you have made a name for yourselves here. However, I only need one chance to ascend to the heavens and surpass all of you. I'm not afraid to tell you that it was my idea to re-establish the heavenly courts. From today onwards, there is no patriarch of the Academy. I will be the master of the heavenly courts and the only celestial emperor since ancient times." End of chapter. Chapter 32-25. Only the patriarch of the Academy's voice was left in the world, echoing endlessly. All the beings raised their heads to look at the figure that gave off a terrifying aura. Confusion appeared in their eyes, and for a moment, they did not dare to believe their eyes. This was the great emperor of the middle world. But now, he wanted to enslave everyone and trample the middle world under his feet. The old man with the iron crown, immortal Emperor Ling Long, and the other experts were silent. A deep sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Even when facing the combined forces of Fengdu and the Lord of Hell, no one was afraid or hesitated. At that time, there was at least a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. But now, they were facing the great emperor of the middle world who had already proven his Tao. In this world, the patriarch of the Academy was the most supreme expert. No one could defeat him. Even in the past few eras, there were at least two great emperors who wanted to suppress and kill the great emperor of the middle world. In the Avicii era, the Avicii great emperor even suppressed and trapped two great emperors by himself. But after the last war of the heavens, the 9 lords of the heavenly court had returned to the greater world. The demon lord, the evil emperor, and the Brahma ghost mother had also ascended to the greater world. Araki Takashi and the blood butterfly great emperor had both fallen. How could there be two great emperors left to suppress the patriarch of the Academy? The reason why the sect leader of the Academy was so confident and could speak so freely was because he was truly invincible in this world. Just as he said, he would become the only celestial emperor in several eras. Celestial Emperor, this title is not bad. Su Zimo suddenly smiled and said, "But if I call myself the Celestial Emperor, it would be too shameless." The patriarch of the Academy was not angry when he heard this. Su Zimo. The patriarch of the academy smiled and said, "Although I lost to you twice, you are not my opponent at all. Back then, if the emperor's tomb did not suddenly appear, you would have been refined by me. You would not have lived until now." The patriarch of the academy did not want to kill Su Zimo in a hurry. He had waited for this moment for too long. If he directly killed Su Zimo, it would be too boring. He enjoyed this process very much. The patriarch of the academy said, "Even if you were lucky enough to escape, you would still end up the same way. Those who oppose me are destined to fail." Above the heaven realm, Feng Cantian looked at the old man with the iron crown and immortal Emperor Ling Long with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He sent a message with his divine sense, "Perhaps, Zimo still has something up his sleeve." The old man shook his head slightly. Immortal Emperor Ling Long's expression darkened. She glanced at Su Zimo and sighed in her heart. Su Zimo's current state was already extremely weak. Even if Su Zimo was at his peak, or even if he could reach the great success of the Emperor realm, he would not stand a chance against the patriarch of the academy. There was an upper limit to the strength of a medium-class world. As for the patriarch of the academy, he had proven his Tao in the middle world. His combat power was the upper limit of the middle world. Unless the Iraqi Takashi from 2,000 years ago could come back from the dead and break this limit again. Only then would he have a chance to suppress the patriarch of the academy. "Your wisdom and cultivation are not as good as mine, but your talent is not bad. To be able to create a true body and become an anomaly. Even I can't deduce any information about you." The patriarch of the academy praised. "To be fair, as long as your Wu Dao true body is still alive, I will not dare to show myself. I live cautiously as if I am treading on thin ice." He made me feel unprecedented fear, but unfortunately, the patriarch of the academy said with a look of pity, "He is an anomaly after all." The heavens were jealous and sent down a heavenly tribulation, causing his death and vanishing. Of course. The patriarch of the academy changed the topic and smiled. "It is also thanks to your Wu Dao true body that broke the 9 heavens, destroyed the heavenly court, suppressed several great emperors, and created an unprecedented situation. That was why I was able to obtain this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and reach the heavens in a single step." "You are so talkative." The Lord of Hell was recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, he snorted coldly and impatiently urged, "Hurry up and kill him, as well as the group of ants. Kill them all." The patriarch of the academy continued to smile. He had become a celestial emperor, and his combat power was above the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell's commanding tone made him unhappy, and he secretly wanted to kill him. However, whether it was Fengdu or the Lord of Hell, they were obviously connected to the Great Thousand World. In the Great Thousand World, the Lord of Hell could be a powerhouse. The patriarch of the academy did not want to have any head-on conflict with him. He still wanted to borrow the power of the Lord of Hell and continue to cultivate after he ascended to the Great Thousand World. However, this did not mean that the Lord of Hell could order him around at will. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through the patriarch of the academy's mind. However, he did not show it, and no one could tell what he was thinking. "What other tricks do you have?" Soul Lamp, Life and Death Book, 2 Yin-Yang Divine Stones. The sect master of the academy was extremely familiar with Su Zimo's methods and was nonchalant about it. These tricks were no threat to him. The patriarch of the academy had a mocking look in his eyes, and he said, "It's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, the patriarch of the academy's eyes were like torches. He took a step forward, waved his sleeves, and held up the merciless heaven. The heaven and earth Taoist seal exuded an unstoppable aura and suppressed Su Zimo. Even when facing Su Zimo, who was at the end of his rope, the patriarch of the academy did not hold back. In the face of the patriarch of the academy's attack, Su Zimo's face was calm. There was no panic, no fear, only relief. It was not that he did not have a backup plan. However, once this backup plan was released, he would definitely die. This was also the reason why Su Zimo sighed when he saw the patriarch of the academy appear. He knew that he would not be able to ascend to the great thousand world to find Biyao. Whoosh! Suddenly, a war soul rose, as though it wanted to break through heaven and earth. Su Zimo's figure expanded continuously along with the war soul. In the blink of an eye, he was already above the firmaments and stepping on the galaxy. The war soul fused with Su Zimo's body as one. That figure exuded an incomparably violent and terrifying aura, as though it could destroy everything with a flip of its hand. It was not even disadvantaged against the patriarch of the academy. However, Su Zimo's black hair had already turned white. He looked like he had one foot in the grave and could die at any moment. The final move of the battle catalog, Battle 9 Heavens. The release of this secret skill caused Su Zimo's combat strength to rise to the limit in a short period of time. His lifespan was almost completely depleted in an instant. Back then, the Emperor of Battle released Battle 9 Heavens and exhausted 10 million years of his lifespan to kill the Great Heaven Emperor. In this lifetime, Su Zimo did not just exhaust 10 million years of his lifespan, but close to 50 million. His combat strength had already risen to the limits of a medium-class world. At the very least, at this moment, he possessed the strength to kill the patriarch of the academy. This was his final gamble. He had exhausted his lifespan and released his life in an instant, staying in this moment forever to achieve eternity. End of chapter. Chapter 32-26. Zimo. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Sorrowful cries sounded from all over the middle world. Many people had witnessed this scene in the War of the Heavens 2,000 years ago. The fat and thin elders of the Sword World and the old ape of the Blood Ape world had sacrificed themselves and burned their lifespans to advance. 2,000 years later, Great Emperor Araki Takashi had also stepped forward to fight for the middle world and the living beings of the 10,000 races. He did not hesitate and fought with his life on the line. At this moment, the living beings of the 10,000 races felt a stirring sorrow that shook their hearts. Everyone knew that with Great Emperor Araki Takashi's means, no one could stop him if he wanted to break through the obstruction of Fengdu and the Lord of Hell and ascend to the greater world. However, he still chose to stay in the middle world and suppress Fengdu. He faced the two great emperors, the Patriarch of the Academy and the Lord of Hell, and fought the 9 heavens with a heart of death. Some people were moved to tears. Some people averted their gazes, not daring to watch the final outcome. No matter the outcome of this battle, Great Emperor Araki Takashi would fall. They could not bear to accept this outcome. Between heaven and earth. The moment Su Zimo released the Battle of the 9 Heavens, the Lord of Hell's expression changed drastically. Of course, he knew how terrifying this secret technique was. Back then, the Battle of the 9 Heavens had used this secret technique to kill the Great Emperor of Great Heaven. He had just experienced a great battle and was severely injured. In his current state, there was no way he could withstand it. After burning 50 million years of lifespan, even if he and the Patriarch of the Academy worked together, it was unknown if they could withstand this attack, let alone him. The Lord of Hell's Hell world had just been shattered and could not reform in a short period of time. He could only use the cracked Dao seal to block in front of him. On the other side. When the Patriarch of the Academy saw Su Zimo release the Battle of the 9 Heavens mystic technique, his expression was unusually calm. There was even a faint trace of mockery in his eyes. After witnessing the terror of the old ape's Battle of the 9 Heavens, how could he not be prepared for this move? With his battle prowess, if he wanted to contend against battler Jiao Tian, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. The Patriarch of the Academy had appeared before Su Zimo was about to suppress the Lord of Hell. He had saved the Lord of Hell just for this moment. He wanted the Lord of Hell to help him take some of the damage from the Battle of 9 Heavens. This scene was also within his calculations. Fengdu was already dead, and with the help of Su Zimo, he could suppress the Lord of Hell and become the Supreme Celestial Emperor. The barrier of the 3 worlds had already been repaired. If Fengdu and the Lord of Hell wanted to come back to life, they would need thousands of years or even longer. During this period of time, he would completely control the middle 1,000 worlds and become the master of all living beings. The world was a chessboard, and all living beings were chess pieces. Su Zimo was white-haired. He held the Qinglian's sword with both hands and slashed it down at the Patriarch of the Academy and the Lord of Hell. Crack! The Tao seal of the Lord of Hell shattered and was cut in half by the sword. The long sword sliced through the Lord of Hell's body and sliced him into 2 halves. The terrifying sword chi burst out and shredded the Lord of Hell's body into pieces. The pieces fell into the Milky Way and dyed the Milky Way red. The Lord of Hell's blood energy was too strong. Even though he was dead, he still caused huge waves in the Milky Way. What was more terrifying was that the sword radiance of the Qinglian's sword dimmed as it was washed away by the blood energy of the Lord of Hell. It was as if it was covered with a layer of filth. Araki Takashi, you can't kill me. I'll be back. The resentment of the Lord of Hell could be heard in the blood-red Milky Way. Su Zimo did not care about the Lord of Hell. He only stared at the direction of the sword. As long as he could kill the Patriarch of the Academy, the middle 1,000 worlds would have a chance. The Patriarch of the Academy stepped on the 9 palaces and a mysterious array appeared under his body. The array rotated continuously and 8 huge doors appeared around his world at the same time. Open door, rest door, life door, death door, shock door, pain door, limit door, and view door. 8 doors, open. The Patriarch of the Academy shouted softly. The 8 doors opened at the same time and a terrifying aura gushed out. The figure of the Patriarch of the Academy became faintly discernible as he was surrounded by the 8 doors. The 8 doors were extremely powerful and mysterious. They were comparable to the 10 doors of hell formed by Wu Dao's original body. Boom! Qinglian's sword landed on the 8 doors and a loud sound was heard. The 8 doors shook continuously and cracks appeared on them in the blink of an eye. The 8 doors could not withstand the power of the sword of the 9 heavens battle master. Crack! The 8 doors shattered. The sword edge pierced straight through, but the clan leader of the academy gradually disappeared into the void with a smile on his face. The sword peak slashed down and only cut off the corner of the Patriarch of the Academy's robe. It fluttered in the wind. A yin-yang array appeared under the feet of the Patriarch of the Academy. It was extremely similar to Su Zimo's Tai yin-yang escape. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of Tai, the Patriarch of the Academy had obtained the 12 ancient talismans of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods contained the power of yin and yang. With these 12 ancient talismans, the Patriarch of the Academy deduced a Tao technique similar to the Tai yin-yang escape. Together with the 9 palaces array, he escaped from the battlefield. The Patriarch of the Academy did not intend to take on Su Zimo's 9 heavens battle master head-on. He did not need to. As long as he dodged this sword, he would win. The sword peak slashed through the air and paused slightly. It did not stop. Although this sword slashed the Lord of Hell, Su Zimo had already locked on to the aura of the Patriarch of the Academy. The sword peak followed this aura and went against the heavens. It rushed into the clouds and slashed towards the netherworld array. Boom! The sword peak slashed on the netherworld array that sealed the middle world, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. It was deafening. Cracks appeared on the netherworld array, and its foundation was shaken. However, this sword aura was resisted by the Lord of Hell, blocked by the 8 strange doors, and destroyed the netherworld array. In the end, it dissipated and turned into nothingness. The Patriarch of the Academy had also suggested that Fengdu set up this netherworld array. Other than sealing the middle world, it was also for this moment. Everything was going according to his plan. The Patriarch of the Academy stood on top of the netherworld array. His figure appeared again and gradually became clearer. He looked down at Su Zimo with a smile on his face. "You have lost," the Patriarch of the Academy said with his hands behind his back. When Su Zimo saw the sword aura dissipate in front of the netherworld array, he had already realized that the situation was over. His eyes gradually dimmed. All his efforts were for naught. In the end, he had still lost. His defeat also meant that the medium-class world would usher in a dark and gloomy era. Sigh. Su Zimo sighed softly in his heart. A huge sense of exhaustion surged in his heart. Su Zimo could no longer hold on. He fell down and his figure disappeared into the blood-red galaxy. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down. Countless living beings in the 3,000 worlds watched this scene silently. Their eyes gradually turned red. Emperor Araki Takashi had fallen. The figure that did not hesitate to fight against the heavens for the sake of all living beings had also exhausted his lifespan at this moment. He had died. Everyone was unwilling to believe it. However, the era of the two emperors had really passed. Large numbers of living beings knelt down in the direction where Emperor Araki Takashi had fallen. Their eyes were filled with tears as they sent the emperor off. The middle world was sorrowful, and all living beings were crying. End of chapter. Chapter 32-27. He, the patriarch of the academy suddenly laughed and muttered softly, Su Zimo, you still lost in the end. He had a deep obsession with the outcome of the battle between the two of them. Back then, in the Chinkuan Academy, Su Zimo condensed the 10th step of the Tao Heart Ladder. He tried to reach the top but failed and fell. Su Zimo's 10th step was above his wisdom ladder. Although this matter was ordinary, he always remembered it in his heart and it became a knot in his heart. The two defeats after that made him even more brooding. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such a big loss in the hands of a person. He boasted that his plans were flawless, that he could see through the mysteries of heaven and control everything. Su Zimo's appearance made him miscalculate time and time again, which made him feel a sense of defeat. This sense of defeat was always hidden in the bottom of his heart. It was only until today when Su Zimo died right in front of him that the feeling of defeat dissipated. Su Zimo was dead, and no one could threaten him anymore. He had waited for this day for too long. The era that belonged to him, the era of the Celestial Emperor, had arrived. The patriarch of the academy looked at the myriad beings of the 3,000 realms and smiled indifferently. His future was, of course, in the vast thousand realms. But before he ascended to the vast thousand realms, he wanted to leave an indelible mark in the hearts of all living beings in the middle thousand realms. It wouldn't take too long. As long as he was given a few thousand years, with his control of human nature, it would be enough to make the 3,000 realms submit to him, respect him as their master, and become his slaves. He would rule the 3,000 realms just like how he controlled the Chinkuan Academy back then. He would erase all records of the great ancient emperors and the War of the Heavens. All of his memories, all of his truths, all of it would vanish. And he would become the only god of the middle thousand realms, the totem of all living beings, and could not be offended. Even if he ascended to the vast thousand realms in the future, no one could shake his position among all living beings. On one point, he coincided with Fengdu's thoughts. Like the heavenly court, imprisoning the bodies of all living beings was still inferior. What he wanted to do was to enslave the hearts and minds of all living beings. Of course, once he got rid of Su Zimo and obtained a treasure like the creation Qinglian, it would definitely be of great use to him after he ascended to the greater world. He had already learned a lot of information about the boundless world from Fengdu. It was a vast world with all kinds of strange things. Qinglian, the creation, originally belonged there. In the depths of the Nether River, in the center of the Blood Sea. 1,000 years ago, Wu Dao's original body was reconstructed. He recovered his vitality and awakened. Another 1,000 years passed before he completely recovered. Moreover, the ruins were filled with Genesis Qi, and during the process of recuperation, the cultivation level of the martial Tao true body was steadily rising. Until now, his martial refining the universe and the world of origin martial arts had both improved to the greater success stage. His battle prowess was a level higher than 2,000 years ago. The ruins were not only filled with rich Genesis chi, but Wu Dao's main body also didn't feel any suppression. Here, he could erupt with power that surpassed that of a great emperor. It seemed that the heavenly Dao rules didn't cover the ruins. On this day, Wu Dao's main body was meditating when he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He seemed to have sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes. Ever since he woke up, his two main bodies had lost contact with each other, as if they were separated by some kind of power. On his side, he could still vaguely sense something. But just a moment ago, this feeling suddenly disappeared. He could even vaguely hear the cries of all living beings from the middle world. Something had happened to Qinglian's main body. Wu Dao's main body stood up and looked at the black-robed man sitting on the edge of the blood sea not far away. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder, I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave now." Over the years, Wu Dao's main body hadn't left the ruins. Firstly, it was to raise his cultivation base. Secondly, he was a little uncertain about the black-robed man and didn't dare to act rashly. He had tried to talk to the black-robed man but didn't get a response. This time, sensing that there might be a huge change in the middle world, Wu Dao's main body couldn't be bothered anymore. He bade farewell to the black-robed man and turned to leave. "I advise you to stay here." Just as Wu Dao's main body turned and was about to cross the blood sea, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly came from behind him. Wu Dao's main body narrowed his eyes slightly. What did the black-robed man mean? A reminder? A warning? Or a threat? Wu Dao's main body turned to look at the black-robed man, as if waiting for an explanation. "Since you are concerned about the situation over there, I can roughly tell you." The black-robed man's tone was calm as he roughly described what had happened in the middle world in the past 2,000 years. He even knew about the battle that had just broken out in the middle world, the battle between Su Zimo and Fengdu, the Lord of Hell, and the Patriarch of the Academy. The black-robed man had stayed in the ruins all these years without moving, but he knew everything. Wu Dao's main body was shocked. He woke up in the ruins and didn't know what happened after the War of the Heavens. He didn't know about Dai Yu's death, the destruction of the Avicii Hell, the return of the Lord of Hell and the Academy Patriarch's Dao. Realizing the danger of the middle world, Wu Dao's main body hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath and turned to cross the blood sea, preparing to return to the middle world. There seemed to be some kind of force field above the ruins and blood sea. He couldn't tear the void apart and could only rely on his movement techniques. Before long, Wu Dao's main body arrived at the edge of the blood sea. Just as he was about to step out of the blood sea, he suddenly felt a huge sense of danger. His spirit perception warned him. This feeling was familiar. It came from the greater world. After 2,000 years, the pursuit of the heavenly tribulation had not disappeared. Wu Dao's main body was almost certain that as long as he dared to step out of the blood sea, the heavenly tribulation from the greater world would descend immediately. You have been targeted by the greater world. As long as you step out of the nether blood sea, you will be obliterated. The black-robed man's voice sounded again as if he was right beside Wu Dao's main body. It was also the first time that Wu Dao's main body knew that the blood sea was called the nether blood sea. Wu Dao's main body's face darkened and his eyes flickered. If he stepped into the blood sea, not only would he die, but he might also bring an unpredictable disaster to the middle world. The last time the heavenly tribulation descended, the barrier between the three realms was broken and the Brahma Ghost Mother's cultivation level increased greatly. She killed Dai Yu. The Avicii Hell was broken and the Lord of Hell escaped. If he left the nether blood sea, he would die before he could see the Academy Patriarch. Not only would he not be able to resolve the crisis of the middle world, the barrier between the three realms would be broken again. He didn't know what kind of disaster would befall him then. Wu Dao's main body pondered for a while before he turned and sped back to the ruins. He came to the black-robed man's side and asked, "Senior, you said that I have been targeted by the greater world. May I know how to escape?" "Ha!" The black-robed man laughed strangely and said, "If I knew how to escape, why would I stay in a place like this?" Hearing this reply, Wu Dao's main body's heart sank and he completely gave up on this idea. Even an unfathomable expert like the black-robed man could not leave this place. No wonder there were no traces of this person in the past few eras of the War of the Heavens. End of chapter. Chapter 32-28. Su Zimo seemed to have had a long dream. In the dream, he saw many people. These people were all extremely unfamiliar faces, and even their clothes were unusually ancient. There were monks, demon beasts, Rakshasa, and Protoss. These people came from different races and different realms. Su Zimo had never seen them before. However, everyone was looking at him with kindness and encouragement. Some of them were still mortals. They looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Their gazes were pure, and their smiles were innocent. Su Zimo walked forward just like that. Both sides of the road were filled with people, clustered together as if they were waiting for something. Is this the Acheron path? Su Zimo looked at the people on both sides of the road in confusion, feeling a little puzzled. No. He had been to the Netherworld and walked the Acheron path. The Netherworld was not like this. A wisp of white hair flashed past his eyes. This was not a dream. Su Zimo suddenly woke up. He subconsciously reached out his palm and looked down. Flesh and blood existed. His body was not in the state of a dead soul. Su Zimo sensed it slightly and was shocked. He was not dead. Although his hair was white, he still had nearly 5 million years of lifespan. Fighting the 9 heavens did not exhaust his lifespan. How could this be? Logically speaking, releasing fighting the 9 heavens would exhaust his lifespan in an instant, unless, during this process, the secret technique of fighting the 9 heavens was interrupted. Where was this place? Where did the surrounding crowd come from? These people looked at him with no hostility. Instead, they were filled with kindness and respect. However, he clearly did not know these people. Su Zimo suddenly realized that there was an extremely obvious difference between these people and him. These people were all in the state of souls and did not have flesh and blood bodies. There was no exception. Su Zimo's gaze followed the crowd all the way. At the end of the crowd, he saw a large group of monks. There seemed to be a few familiar faces among them. Before he could react, he saw 8 figures standing at the end of the road. These people's expressions were either cold, arrogant, fierce, or gentle. Su Zimo looked at the 8 figures and was greatly shocked. His face was filled with disbelief and he cried out in surprise. The woman on the far left was dressed in black. She had a fairy-like appearance and a cold expression. Her black hair was like a waterfall. The second woman had a graceful figure. Her skin was smooth, her eyebrows were like smoke, and her eyes were like water. As light flowed, she was captivating. The third was an old ape covered in white fur. His arms were extremely long, and his body was 10 meters tall. His eyes surged with a bloody glow, and his expression was unruly. The fourth man's robe was as white as snow. He stood with his hands behind his back like an unsheathed sword. The fifth person had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was tall and his entire body was surging with golden light. The sixth person's facial features could not be seen clearly. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, and his figure was faintly discernible. The seventh man's body flickered with starlight, and his eyes were like stars. The eighth person was a monk wearing an ancient kasaya. His eyes were gentle and his expression was amiable. He nodded and smiled at Su Zimo. These 8 were the 8 phantoms that appeared when he transcended the 10th tribulation. The 9 heavens Xian Nv Emperor, the 9 Nether Emperor, the Dozhan Emperor, the All-Heaven Emperor, the Radiant Emperor, the Dark Emperor, the Astral Emperor, and the Avicii Emperor. These 8 were the ancient emperors who had once illuminated the ancient times and created an era. Words could no longer describe Su Zimo's current feelings. He even suspected that he was in a mystical dream at this moment. Everything seemed so dreamy and unreal. How could this be? The 8 ancient emperors had already died. How could they still be alive? Even if they did not die back then, their lifespans would have been exhausted long ago. There was no way they could have survived until now. Is this a dream? Su Zimo muttered subconsciously. Yes and no. The Avici emperor smiled faintly and replied. Su Zimo was even more confused. Young friend, when you first released the Battle of 9 Heavens, the few of us cast a spell and pulled you into the dreamlike token. The Avici emperor said, which is the world you're in right now. Su Zimo was enlightened. The dreamlike token contained heaven and earth. He had been pulled into this place and the Battle of 9 Heavens had been interrupted. That was why he had not exhausted his lifespan. However, Su Zimo still had countless doubts in his heart. As if seeing through his thoughts, the Avici emperor continued to explain, this is a dream world that the evil emperor created with the dreamlike token as the foundation. It is independent of the 3 realms and does not enter the cycle of reincarnation. In this dream world, all living beings are equal. There is no suffering or worry, no killing or fighting. In the soul state, one's lifespan is endless, reaching a form of eternal life. Su Zimo was dumbfounded and his heart skipped a beat. Creating a dream world that was independent of the 3 realms and did not enter the cycle of reincarnation was already shocking enough. And in this dream world, one had reached a form of eternal life. The Avici emperor said, the evil emperor believes that good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil. However, the matters of the world often go against one's wishes. She used her own method to complete the cycle of good and evil. The evildoers would be dragged into the path of the beasts by her. As for the kind people she met, after they died, their souls would be brought here by her. They would be far away from the fighting, and they would not have to suffer the pain of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Su Zimo was in a daze. The memories of his life in the white pheasant's dream were originally fragmented fragments, but now they all surged into his mind and gradually became clear. He recalled all his experiences with that thin and skinny little girl. Big brother Su, I believe that in this world, good people will be rewarded with good, the little girl said with certainty, her eyes clear. Perhaps. Big brother Su, do you think there is a place where the people are brave, kind, upright, and lovely? Where everyone is equal, where there is no oppression, and where there is no suffering? The little girl's smile was pure and innocent. How could there be? Su Zimo smiled helplessly and gently rubbed the little girl's forehead. If there isn't, then I want to create a world like that in the future, where kind people can avoid suffering, the little girl said seriously. The voice of the infernal emperor sounded once more, interrupting Su Zimo's memories. Apart from some of the souls brought here by the evil emperor, many of the people living here are cultivators and experts who died in the War of the Heavens back then. Su Zimo's heart felt as though it was struck heavily by something. The evil emperor had never changed. She had always insisted that good and evil would be repaid. In fact, that persistence even seemed a little naive and incompatible with the ways of the world. After the cultivators and experts who participated in the War of the Heavens died in battle, their souls should have returned to the netherworld to suffer the pain of reincarnation. The evil emperor did not want those experts to suffer such pain, and that was why she brought them to the dream token. Even if those people could not ascend to the greater world, the evil emperor wanted to help them achieve eternal life. Those experts who fought unyieldingly deserved such a reward. Su Zimo suddenly recalled that the dream token had gradually warmed up in his arms during the War of the Heavens back then. At that time, the battle was intense and he did not have the time to think about it. Now that he thought about it, the dream token should have been guiding the souls of the cultivators who died in the War of the Heavens. When the cultivators died, their souls would escape to the netherworld. However, the netherworld was under the control of Fengdu. There might be a deeper meaning behind the evil emperor's actions. Chapter 32-29. Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, back then, when I cultivated the Wu Dao and stepped into the true self realm, I attracted the 10th tribulation. Back then, 8 lightning phantoms had appeared. They were the 8 ancient thearchs before him. The infernal thearch said, all these years, although we've been living in the dream token, we've also been paying attention to the middle world. You created the Wu Dao and stood side by side with the immortals, Buddhas, and demons. They wanted to test you, so they manifested lightning phantoms and fought with you. Old monk, you don't have to flatter us. The Dozhan thearch suddenly spoke and waved his hand. Back then, we were competitive and wanted to test how different your Wu Dao was. The test was secondary. Only now did Su Zimo understand why he had experienced the 10th tribulation, which he had never experienced before. Moreover, it was the 8 ancient thearchs who had appeared. These 8 were all peerless experts who had once created an era and shocked both ancient and modern times. They must have had a competitive heart, which was why they had appeared to test him. Of course, there was another reason that the 8 thearchs might not have mentioned. Su Zimo bowed slightly to the 8 thearchs and said in a low voice, I'm extremely grateful that the 8 of you showed up to teach me during the tribulation. There might have been a test, and there might have been a competition. But more importantly, they might have taught him the Tao. Many of the Tao techniques that Su Zimo cultivated came from the 8 thearchs. If the 8 thearchs hadn't shown up and fought with him, he wouldn't have been able to fully comprehend the forbidden secret manuals. Hearing this, the other thearch's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Su Zimo vaguely felt that the 9 heavens mystic fairy thearch and the 9 nether thearch looked at him differently from the other ancient thearchs. That gaze was a little strange and indescribable. Su Zimo suddenly realized that although his lifespan had been greatly depleted after releasing the Battle of 9 Heavens, but now, after awakening from the dream token, his injuries had already healed. Oh no! Su Zimo's heart sank. The longer he stayed in the dreamlike medallion, the greater the calamity that would befall the dimensional realm. The patriarch of the academy was definitely not a soft-hearted person. If he wanted to rule the medium-class realm, he would have to establish his might and start a massacre. Su Zimo had expended a great deal of energy in the battle in the dimensional realm and had suffered heavy injuries. Now that he had fully recovered, several days had passed. In these past few days, the dimensional realm had probably turned into rivers of blood and corpses were strewn across the ground. In the middle world, no one could stop a true great emperor. The great desolation realm, heaven realm, sword realm, blood ape realm, had most likely been destroyed. As if reading Su Zimo's thoughts, the Empyrean immortal emperor softly chanted a Buddhist mantra. He said, little friend, there is no need to worry. You may feel that several days have passed, but in truth, it was only a dream. Not much time has passed, and the dimensional realm is still the same as it was before you entered. Su Zimo nodded secretly. Presumably, this was the unique existence of the Dark Emperor's Tao and the dreamlike token, which was why there was such a mysterious feeling of time being disrupted. Seniors, the crisis of the medium-class realm has not been resolved yet. I will bid farewell here. Su Zimo cupped his hands and said, if I win this battle, I will meet you again to drink and chat happily. He is a middle-world great emperor. You are no match for him. The Star Emperor said calmly. The Dark Emperor also said, you have just stepped into the Great Emperor realm and only have a small success world. But his world has already resonated with the medium-class realm. How can you fight against him? If you go out now, you will die without a doubt. The Great Emperor of all heaven was even more direct, and his tone was cold. Su Zimo was silent. He also knew that the Great Emperors were right. Even if he had recovered to his peak state and his injuries were healed, he would still be doomed against the Academy Patriarch. But he had no other choice. Outside, there were still his close friends, many old friends, and all living beings. He could not just stand by and watch. Although Qinglian's true body did not cultivate Wu Dao, his Dao heart was still as bright as the sun, the heart of Wu Dao that could illuminate mountains and rivers. Resist. Unyielding. Fearless and indomitable. Sometimes, even if you knew that you would die, you still had to do it without hesitation. Wasn't it the same for the 8 great emperors of the past? They knew that it was almost impossible to win the war of the heavens, but they still led thousands of experts to go against the heavens and conquer the 9 heavens. Su Zimo smiled and said, I will do my best. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Good. The Emperor of Dozhan shouted. The other great emperors looked at Su Zimo with approval in their eyes. Little friend, let us lend you a hand. The Emperor of Dozhan waved his hand. Countless experts who had fallen in the Dozhan era appeared behind him. They were densely packed and uncountable. Although they were all in soul form, their battle intent was high. The leader even waved a battle flag with the word Dozhan written on it. Then, thousands of troops came from behind the 9 heavens Xian Nv Empress, and the battle flag of the 9 heavens fluttered in the wind. The battle flag of the 9 underworlds appeared, and many Rakshasas flew in the sky. The battle flags of Luo Tian, Light, Darkness, Star, and Avici came into view one after another. Many experts who had fallen in the war of the heavens came from all over the world and gathered under the battle flags. Their murderous auras shook the heavens. There were more than hundreds of millions of heaven conquerors who had died in the various eras. A few armies gathered here, and their battle flags covered the sky. It was an extremely shocking scene. Although these experts had lost their physical bodies and essence spirits and were only left with souls, they did not retreat. Their gazes were resolute. They did not have bloodlines, but they were still unyielding. Seniors, Su Zimo's eyes reddened, and he was moved. He knew that the 8 great emperors and the heaven conquerors could maintain eternal life in soul form in the dreamlike token. However, once they left the dreamlike token and entered the middle world, they would definitely be punished by the heavenly Tao and their lifespans would be exhausted very quickly. The actions of the 8 great emperors and the heaven conquerors meant that they had given up on eternal life and were prepared to die. Su Zimo, there's still us, another coquettish voice sounded. Another banner was raised, and the words Shui Dai were written on it. Su Zimo shuddered. A flawlessly beautiful woman stood under the battle flag. It was the 9-tailed demon emperor who had died 2,000 years ago. Behind her were many demons of the great wilderness world who had died back then, including the divine elephant demon emperor and the others. Su Zimo caught sight of a group of familiar figures in the crowd. There was the old ape who had released the 9 heavens battle, the fat and thin old man of the sword world who had burned his lifespan. All of them stood in the crowd and smiled at Su Zimo. Zimo. At this moment, another familiar voice sounded. A man with a heroic expression broke through the crowd with a battle flag and strode over. It was the ancient human emperor who had died back then. The words Araki Takashi were written on the battle flag. Brother Lin, Su Zimo choked and his vision blurred. Lin Zhan roared in laughter. I regretted not being able to charge into the heavenly courts with you back then and fight alongside you. This time, I can finally make up for my regrets. Su Zimo had tears in his eyes. Lin Zhan paused the battle flag heavily and shouted, Zimo, let's go. I'll carry the flag for you today. You and I shall fight the heavenly courts again. End of chapter. Chapter 32-30. Above the 9 heavens. The patriarch of the academy stood proudly at the top of the clouds. Under the light of the heaven and earth Tao seal, he was like a god who ruled the world. Greetings, Sky Emperor. The creatures of the witch world were the first to react. They knelt down in large numbers with respectful expressions. Many of the witch race people looked at the patriarch of the academy with endless worship in their eyes. After all, the patriarch of the academy had half of the witch race blood flowing in his body. They also felt proud that he had become the Sky Emperor and started a new era. It was not hard to imagine that from now on, the witch race would prosper. After this group of witch race people, the cultivators of the blood world, tomb world, lifeless world, poison world, and several other big worlds also bowed and greeted the Sky Emperor. The Patriarch of the Academy had a faint smile on his face. He enjoyed this moment very much. Those famous experts who had once looked down on him had all been trampled under his feet. But this was not enough. As the Sky Emperor, he had not received enough respect. The Patriarch of the Academy looked down from above and looked around. His cold gaze swept across the 3,000 worlds. With just a glance, the beings of the 10,000 races felt an unimaginable pressure, as if a great disaster was about to befall them in the next moment. It was almost suffocating. With the power of a great emperor, it was easy to destroy a world and kill billions of beings. People like the old man with the iron crown, immortal Emperor Ling Long, and the others were all vulnerable in front of a great emperor. If you are not bowing, what are you still holding on for? The Patriarch of the Academy asked indifferently. You want us to bow to you? Are you worthy? Feng Cantian sneered and spat. The old man with the iron crown said in a deep voice, the ancient great emperor, in order to break the shackles on the beings, even if he had to sacrifice himself, he would go against the heavens and the Tao. But you want to enslave the 10,000 races. You are not worthy of the title, Great Emperor. That's right. We will never give in. The 3,000 worlds will unite and fight you to the end, even if it means risking our lives. Not only the experts of the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Sword World, and the Blood Ape World, but also countless experts of the other worlds stood out and shouted loudly. If it was 2,000 years ago, there would not be so many realms that dared to stand up against the Heavenly Court. It was only because Great Emperor Araki Takashi had spread Wu Dao's fire seed throughout the 3,000 realms 2,000 years ago that all living beings gradually awakened and dared to resist. The Patriarch of the Academy smiled indifferently. To him, the time that Araki Takashi had passed on the Tao to Zhongqian was too short. A mere 2,000 years would have a limited impact. His thunderous methods, combined with the Yen Xing curse, and bloody massacres, were enough to suppress the resistance of the 3,000 worlds. Immortal Emperor Ling Long coldly said, although you are a grand emperor of a middle world, you have not won the hearts of the people, let alone the respect of the myriad races in this middle world. Hee hee. The Patriarch of the Academy chuckled and asked, so what? Even if all the races of the 3,000 worlds work together, they are still no threat to me. The Dragon Realm Master said solemnly, if you kill all the races in the 3,000 realms and leave only you alone, what's the point of being the celestial monarch? There is no need. The Patriarch of the Academy smiled and shook his head. He raised his hand and pointed at the starry sky, saying, now, more than half of the worlds in the 3,000 worlds dare to stand up against me. The rest are just watching. If I destroy 10 worlds with a flip of my hand, guess how many worlds will still dare to go against me? The expressions of the old man with the iron crown and the others changed slightly. The Patriarch of the Academy did not wait for their response and continued to ask, if I destroy 100 worlds, or 200 worlds, how many will still dare to go against the Heavenly Court? Immortal Emperor Ling Long and the others were silent. They knew in their hearts that with the Patriarch of the Academy's means, he did not need to kill all those who went against him. He only needed to suppress some of them, and it would be enough to intimidate the rest. The Patriarch of the Academy continued, from today onwards, I will erase all records of the War of the Heavens and the records of the Grand Emperors of the Ancients. No one is allowed to mention or discuss them. As time passes, how many will remember them? From today onwards, I am the Celestial Monarch. The fate of the myriad races is in my hands. My will is the will of the heavens. Going against the will of the heavens is treason, and you will definitely be punished by the heavens. Even if the Araki Takashi spreads the fire seed of Wu Dao, I'll extinguish all of them during the era of the Celestial Monarch. The Patriarch of the Academy stood with his hands behind his back in an insufferably arrogant manner. His tone was sinister and his eyes shone with excitement. As for the beings of the 3,000 worlds, they felt a deep sense of despair when they heard that. Under the shroud of darkness, those memories and the spirit of Wu Dao were like weak flames that dispelled the darkness. At that moment, those flames were about to be extinguished as well. At that time, it would truly be the darkest night. Lin Xuanji had long hidden in the inheritance ground of the 9 Netherworld Emperor. He retracted his aura and wrote furiously with a grim expression, recording this moment. In his heart, he still remembered the mission of Enigma Palace. Preach the Tao, record history, extend merit and pass down civilization. It was just like how the legends of the primordial and ancient eras were passed down in Tianhuang mainland. If the darkest night were to descend, at the very least, he would still have a spark of civilization. Perhaps, one day in the future, a glimmer of light would be released in this eternal night. Will anyone come to save us? In a corner of the world, a child shivered in his mother's embrace and asked weakly. The woman's gaze dimmed and she remained silent. The Iraqi Takashi Emperor and the Blood Butterfly Emperor were already dead and no one would come again. From this day forth, we won't have the chance to ascend to the greater worlds anymore. Do we still have to continue fighting? There's only one outcome if we continue to fight against the heavenly courts. We won't be able to change anything. That's right. Not only will we die, our descendants will become the servants of the heavenly emperor as well. If we choose to submit, we can at least keep our lives. In the 3,000 worlds, some people were already wavering with lost expressions. Some experts of the worlds lowered their heads and were prepared to kneel and submit. Everyone knew that if they stood out now, they would definitely be suppressed by the patriarch of the academy mercilessly. Under the pressure of the great emperor, how many people dared to confront him head-on? Even the experts of the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Sword domain, and the Blood Ape domain were under unimaginable pressure. At this moment, a woman stood out and her figure kept rising. She stood facing the patriarch of the academy with a long sword in her hand. Mother! Lin Lei and Lin Luo both exclaimed. Immortal Emperor Ling Long. The other experts were shocked as well. Immortal Emperor Ling Long looked at the patriarch of the academy with a determined expression and said, My husband died in the War of the Heavens in order to break through the 9 heavens. If you want to rebuild the heavenly courts, you have to ask his soul and the sword in my hand. The moment Lin Zhan died, Immortal Emperor Ling Long's heart died. She had long wanted to follow Lin Zhan. To her, death was more like a release. Mother, we're with you. Lin Lei and Lin Luo also rose into the air and flew toward Immortal Emperor Ling Long, us too. The old man with the iron crown, the many imperial emperors from the other worlds, the 7 emotions demonic general, night spirit, tiger, and the others did not hesitate. They shouted and rose. If we die, we die. Who can avoid death? If we are enslaved, imprisoned, and treated as livestock, what's the point of living forever? Countless figures rose into the air and stood behind Immortal Emperor Ling Long. Ling Long, me too. Amidst the huge clamor, there was a deep voice that was almost impossible to detect. However, Immortal Emperor Ling Long suddenly trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. Was it an illusion? Immortal Emperor Ling Long smiled sadly. Before death, even if it was an illusion, it was enough. Although she thought so, Immortal Emperor Ling Long still turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. The next moment, she froze in place and burst into tears. End of chapter. Chapter 32-31. That person's body was majestic, and his expression was heroic. His eyes were like torches, and he carried a war flag on his shoulder. Who else could it be other than Lin Zhan? Immortal Emperor Ling Long had never thought that she would be able to see Lin Zhan again. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Zhan's eyes were filled with deep longing. However, unlike Immortal Emperor Ling Long, Lin Zhan was only in soul form. He couldn't cry or shed tears. He could only look at Immortal Emperor Ling Long affectionately. Father! Lin Lei and Lin Luo also exclaimed. They were very emotional. Immortal Emperor Ling Long rushed to Lin Zhan's side. Lin Lei and Lin Luo also quickly ran over. The 4 of them hugged each other. Immortal Emperor Ling Long's expression changed. Only now did she realize that the person in her arms didn't have any flesh and blood. My husband, you, Immortal Emperor Ling Long's voice was trembling. Lin Zhan looked at Immortal Emperor Ling Long and said gently, I'll accompany you on this last journey. The other powerhouses in the 3,000 worlds were also shocked and they saw this scene. Many people had witnessed the scene of Lin Zhan's death in battle. Now, Lin Zhan had actually come back from the dead and appeared again. However, everyone soon realized that something was amiss. Lin Zhan was only in soul form. The Academy Patriarch stared at the war flag on Lin Zhan's shoulder and frowned slightly. Lin Zhan's soul form was no threat to him at all. However, the words Araki Takashi on the war flag made him feel irritated. It was as if something was escaping his control. He didn't like this feeling. The Academy Patriarch activated a secret technique. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes and entered the blood-colored galaxy where the Lord of Hell had fallen. He started to search. Although the Lord of Hell had fallen, his flesh and blood had scattered everywhere, dyeing the galaxy red. After Su Zimo released the battle against the 9 heavens, he was submerged in this river of blood. The Academy Patriarch was sure that Su Zimo was dead. Hence, he didn't rush to search. After searching for a while, the Academy Patriarch was shocked. There was no trace of Su Zimo in that river of blood. Su Zimo had vanished into thin air right before his very eyes. At this moment, another round of exclamations came from afar. The sect master of the academy swept his gaze over the crowd. These were all experts who had fallen in the War of the Heavens 2,000 years ago. And now, these powerhouses had once again descended upon the middle world in the form of souls. The 2 war flags of Desolate Marshal and Xue Dai fluttered in the air, causing a wave of cheers. The old man with the iron crown looked at the fat and thin old men. His expression changed and he couldn't help but tear up. Humph. The sect leader of the college looked at this scene in disdain and said calmly, You are just a bunch of ghosts. Even if you come back from the dead, your flesh and blood are still here. You can't do anything. The Academy Patriarch was indeed confident. These souls couldn't unleash much combat power. He could kill countless of them with a casual breath. They posed no threat to him. That might not be the case. A voice suddenly rang out. Su Zimo reappeared. He had white hair and green robes. His injuries had all healed. He stared at the Academy Patriarch with murderous intent. Su Zimo's appearance roused the spirits of the 3,000 worlds. Unlike Lin Zhan and the others, Su Zimo's aura was strong. His divine sense spread out, and his aura was powerful. He could fight evenly with the Academy Patriarch. I knew that the Araki Takashi the Arch would not die. The duel the Arch era has not ended. Just now, the Araki Takashi Thearcha's hair was white, but his face was not old. I guessed that something was wrong. But even if the Araki Takashi the Arch recovers and returns, he is still a lesser the Arch. He will still be in trouble if he faces the Academy Patriarch. That's right. After all, the Academy Patriarch has become a the Arch. He is invincible in this world. Hearing the voices from all over the 3,000 worlds, the Academy Patriarch smiled and said casually, You heard it. Even if you recover and return, you are not my match. Su Zimo, you will lose for sure. Su Zimo clenched his fists and shook his head. He said slowly with a heavy heart, In today's battle, you will not only have to face me. Oh. The Academy Patriarch raised his eyebrows. He didn't think much of it. Until now, the situation was still under his control. After receiving my inheritance, you want to go against the flow and rebuild the heavenly court. Are you worthy of being the Arch of a middle world? The cold voice of a woman sounded. In the next moment, the void collapsed. A black-clothed woman stepped out from the expanding halo. She looked at the Academy Patriarch with sharp eyes. The Academy Patriarch's expression changed when he saw the black-clothed woman. Xian. Xian, The Academy Patriarch's lips trembled. He couldn't believe it. Immortal Emperor Ling Long also exclaimed, "The nine heavens Xian envy the arch." The two of them had received the inheritance of the nine heavens Xian envy the arch, so they naturally recognized the black-clothed woman. These words caused an uproar in the 3,000 realms. The nine heavens Xian envy the arch, the most ancient arch in the legends, had reappeared in the middle world. Behind the nine heavens Xian envy the arch, a large army of cultivators in ancient clothes filed out. The leader carried a war flag with the words, "Nine Heavens," written on it. The Academy Patriarch calmed down quickly. He realized that the nine heavens Xian envy the arch and this group of cultivators were also in soul form. As long as they were in soul form, they wouldn't be much of a threat to him. In the next moment, the void on the other side collapsed. A second halo appeared. A naturally charming white-clothed woman appeared. Her every move exuded a charm that could turn the world upside down. Behind her, another army descended into the middle world. There were many Rakshasa among them. The Rakshasa experts in the middle world were shocked and they saw who it was. They asked in disbelief, "The nine-nethered arch?" The statue of the nine-nethered arch had always been imprinted in their minds. They didn't expect to see his true appearance today. Many Rakshasa experts couldn't believe it. Whoosh! The second war flag unfolded behind the white-clothed woman. The words, "Nine Nether," were written on it. Then, a third halo appeared in the starry sky. Burly figures rushed out. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. They roared into the sky. The leader had white hair all over his body. His eyes were blood red, and his battle intent was monstrous. The Dojan the Arch. Many experts from the Blood Ape realm exclaimed. The Dojan war flag stood between heaven and earth. The fourth halo appeared. A white-clothed man with a sword-like figure appeared. The great emperor of all heaven. The sword realm shook. After that, the great emperor of light, the great emperor of darkness, and the great emperor of star led their armies out of the dream token and descended into the middle world. Countless experts from the light world and star world knelt down in excitement. Us too. Finally, the great emperor of Avicii appeared and shouted. Nine heavens, nine nether, Dojan, all heaven, light, darkness, star, Avicii, Araki Takashi, and Shwedai. 10 war flags stood between heaven and earth. The flags fluttered in the wind like 10 burning torches. They carried the civilizations of several eras and lit up the night. The 3,000 worlds were in an uproar. Chapter 32-32. Figures appeared under the various battle flags. They were all former cultivators of the Heaven Crusade. They were densely packed and occupied hundreds of millions of miles of the starry sky. When the 8 ancient emperors reappeared in the mortal realm, the momentum of the War of the Heavens was completely reversed. This scene caused all the living beings in the myriad of races to be excited and visibly moved. The ancient emperors, who had only existed in legends, led the warriors of the Heaven Crusade and reappeared in front of them. These ancient emperors, who had protected all living beings in order to break through the 9 heavens, had never left. The realms that were still a little shaken also stood up at this moment. Even some realm experts who were inclined to submit to the Academy Patriarch straightened their backs and looked at the 8 ancient emperors excitedly. Countless living beings knelt on the ground and sobbed. At the moment when all living beings were in danger, someone finally stood up. Even if these ancient emperors and cultivators of the Heaven Crusade were only left with their souls, they still descended without hesitation and stood in front of all living beings. Su Zimo looked at the figures around him and felt sad. No one knew better than him what would happen to these ancient emperors and former warriors of the Heaven Crusade. It could be said that the moment they decided to leave the Dream Token, their souls were destined to be destroyed. However, they still did not retreat or hesitate. In the War of the Heavens, these ancient emperors had thought of stepping forward to help. However, at that time, the heavenly courts had several lords of the heavenly courts. Even if they descended, it would be useless. They would only die in vain. And when they entered the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnated, they still could not escape the fate of being suppressed and enslaved by the heavenly courts. Therefore, the evil emperor did not allow them to come out. But this life was different. The current heavenly court was only overseen by the Academy clan master. This was their last chance and their only hope. If they could not defeat the Academy patriarch, the middle world would usher in the longest darkness and never see the light of day. There was no way out in the middle world. Everyone could only give it their all. Under countless gazes, Su Zimo silently turned around and looked at the countless figures in the world who were only souls. With tears in his eyes, he bowed deeply. This bow was a farewell. This scene seemed to be completely frozen. The path of conquering the heavens is fraught with dangers. Seniors, take care. After he finished speaking, Su Zimo was already crying. Little friend, this is our own choice. Even if we die, we have no regrets. If my battle clan dies on the battlefield, that would be the best ending. If I hide in that dreamlike token, even if I have eternal life, it will be meaningless. Being able to die on the path to heaven is a form of relief for us. The ancient emperors looked at each other and smiled as they consoled him. Everyone, follow me into battle. Let's charge into the heavenly court. The Emperor of Dojan raised his arm and waved his battle flag. The path to heaven that was once broken reappeared. The Emperor of Dojan led the heaven-conquering warriors of the past and once again ascended this ancient path that was filled with corpses. Fight, fight, fight. The war era's cultivators' battle intent surged, their battle cries shaking the heavens. In that life, the Dojan Emperor had died before he could complete the path to heaven. In this life, the Dojan Emperor brought the souls of countless heaven-conquering cultivators and once again ascended the path to heaven and charged into the heavenly court. The 9 heavens Xian Nv Empress, the 9 Nether Emperor, the Great Luo Tian Emperor, the Light Emperor, the Dark Emperor, the Star Emperor, the Infernal Emperor, and even Su Zimo stepped into the starry sky. Kill, kill, kill. In front of Su Zimo and the 8 ancient emperors, 9 paths to heaven opened up between heaven and earth. The battle flag at the front fluttered, shining with a bright light, pointing directly to the heavenly court. On the path to heaven, in addition to the many heaven-conquering cultivators in soul form, there were also powerful cultivators from various large domains. Araki Takashi and the Blood Butterfly battle flag joined together. The 10 battle flags were like 10 burning torches that lit up the night sky. They rushed to the front and led the way. Countless figures rose into the sky from all over the 3,000 domains. They were like specks of light as they flew toward the torch at the front of the path to heaven. The fire grew brighter and brighter. This scene was extremely shocking. The 9 paths to heaven were like 9 long fire dragons that meandered between heaven and earth. They were filled with killing intent as they burned toward the end of the darkness. The patriarch of the academy was expressionless. He leaned against the netherworld great array and half of his body was in the darkness. His face flickered under the light of the fire below. The appearance of the 8 ancient emperors and the arrival of the heaven-conquering cultivators was not within his expectations. However, no matter how many people there were, they were just a bunch of wandering souls. They were not a threat to him. That Su Zimo was only at the initial stage of the Great Emperor realm. Even at his peak, he was no match for him. He was the Great Emperor of a middle world. In this world, Su Zimo, who had just entered the Great Emperor realm, and this group of wandering souls would not be able to shake him. Although he thought this, he still felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. It was as if some kind of power was gradually escaping his control. The battle had begun. He did not have time to think. Kill. The patriarch of the academy's eyes were cold as he shouted. Under the command of the patriarch of the academy, the armies of the Witch Realm, Blood Realm, Tomb Realm, Lifeless Realm and other major realms that were supposed to charge down at the first moment paused for a moment. The patriarch of the Academy's eyes narrowed. He saw a trace of resistance and hesitation on the faces of the experts of these realms. The patriarch of the Academy suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the influence of these ancient emperors in the 3,000 realms. He also underestimated the fire seed of Wu Dao that Araki Takashi had scattered in the 3,000 realms back then. Even the living beings and cultivators of the Witch Realm, Blood Realm, Tomb Realm and Lifeless Realm still had a heart of justice and knew right from wrong. When darkness shrouded them, this little bit of justice was always buried deep in their hearts and did not dare to be easily exposed. However, when the battle flags of countless civilizations were raised below, the justice and conscience in these people's hearts were gradually awakened. The fire seeds were ignited and emitted a faint light. They gradually approached the torches below. When these faint lights gathered together, they had the power to resist the darkness. "You guys," the patriarch of the Academy's expression darkened. He suddenly realized that no one was willing to stand by his side, even if he was a supreme emperor who had verified his Tao in a middle world. He had truly become a loner. "You guys want to disobey me as well?" The patriarch of the Academy's killing intent surged and his expression was ferocious. Most of the time, he had a smile on his face, looking calm and relaxed. It was because he was a strategist, taking every conceivable possibility into account. Everything was within his control. However, at that moment, he had completely lost his composure. "Die." A cold glint flashed through the eyes of the patriarch of the Academy. A large number of experts of the witch race in front of him were sliced into two instantly and fresh blood spewed. A few imperial lords of the witch race could not escape and died on the spot. Many experts of the Witch Realm, Blood Realm and Tomb Realm revealed fear when they saw that. "I'm the Heavenly Emperor. If you dare to disobey my orders, you'll be going against the will of the heavens. This is your outcome." The patriarch of the Academy could sense the fear in the hearts of the experts and his tone was cold. He believed that with his understanding of human nature, he could definitely control the experts of these realms firmly through bloody suppression and killing. Chapter 32-33. Su Zimo did not give the Academy Patriarch a chance to continue. Reverse scale. Nirvana silence. Before Su Zimo arrived, he released two Essence Spirit secret skills and summoned the Qinglian sword at the same time, slashing towards the Academy Patriarch. The killing technique of an Essence Spirit could be released from the Qinglian sword as well. It was equivalent to the release of 3 top-tier Essence Spirit secret skills at the same time. The power of Su Zimo's Essence Spirit right now was comparable to that of Atharch. The Academy Patriarch did not dare to be careless against the release of 3 Essence Spirit secret skills. Khanate 8 trigrams. 3 pure tombstones. The Academy Patriarch released 2 Essence Spirit secret skills consecutively as well. Among them, the Khanate 8 trigrams was derived from the combination of the technique repository and his lifetime of learning. As for the 3 pure tombstones, they were Essence Spirit secret skills comprehended from the 2 forbidden mystic manuals, the 3 pure Jade Manual and Heaven Burial Sutra. 2 Essence Spirit secret skills were enough to defend against Su Zimo's 3 Essence Spirit attacks. Humph. The Academy Patriarch sneered coldly. "That's all. Su Zimo, let's do it again. You're still not my match. Kill." Right then, the soul of the 9 Heavens mystic fairy emperor transformed into a horsetail whisk and whipped towards the Academy Patriarch. Buzz. 2 swords appeared, they were conjured from the souls of the 9 Netherworld Emperor and All Heaven Emperor. Boom. A long rod descended from the skies and struck towards the Academy Patriarch's heavenly courts. The Dojan Emperor had attacked. A hell suppression tripod tore through the air with 4 phenomena revolving around it and Sanskrit reverberated through the world. The 8 ancient thearchs conjured their respective divine weapons with their souls and released their final brilliance with all their might. Under normal circumstances, the 8 of them should have died a long time ago. However, they were saved by the evil emperor and were shielded from the heavenly secrets in the dream token, surviving to this day in the form of souls. The moment they left the dream token, their souls dimmed rapidly against the power of the heavenly Tao's rules, and they did not have much time left in this world. A few haunting old bastards want to hurt me? The patriarch of the academy shouted softly. Heaven, earth, human, wind, cloud, dragon, tiger, god, ghost. The patriarch of the academy directly used the 9 escape methods of the Chiman 9 escapes. His aura became even more terrifying, complex, and unpredictable. The 8 great ancient emperors were only in soul form, so the power they could unleash was limited. However, in recent years, the 8 of them had been nourishing their souls within the dreamlike medallion, gaining enlightenment of everything they had learned. Right now, they were using their souls as weapons, unleashing a final attack that contained all of their Taoist magics, will, and determination. The 8 great emperors were not targeting the body of the patriarch of the academy, but his primordial spirit and soul. The academy patriarch's expression changed slightly, feeling uneasy. He quickly placed the universe Tao seal in his sea of consciousness. When the 8 monarch weapons collided with the Tao seal of heaven and earth, the Tao seal only trembled slightly and failed to hurt the academy patriarch's primordial spirit. The patriarch of the academy breathed a sigh of relief. However, his expression changed starkly before long and he grunted. The final attack of the 8 great emperors did not injure his primordial spirit. However, the Taoist magics contained within it penetrated the defense of the universe Tao seal and affected his 3 souls and 7 spirits. How could this be? Although his 3 souls and 7 spirits were only shaken and were not injured, the connection between souls and primordial spirits would definitely affect his combat strength. What shocked him even more was how the power of the 8 great emperors could break through the defense of the universe Tao seal. Could there be a flaw in his Tao seal? In the world, the souls of the 8 great ancient emperors dissipated. Of course, they knew that it was impossible for the 8 of them to kill the patriarch of the academy even if they joined forces. However, as long as they affected the patriarch of the academy slightly, they might be able to reverse the situation and change the outcome. The phantoms of the 8 great ancient emperors turned fainter and looked at Su Zimo with smiles and anticipation, just like the scene of the 10th tribulation back then. This time round, the 8 great ancient emperors were truly leaving. The last traces left behind in this world faded away and eventually disappeared. Ah! When Su Zimo saw that, he was filled with grief and indignation and could not help but roar into the skies. Swoosh! A river of time appeared behind Su Zimo once more and a tortoise and snake phenomenon appeared beneath him. At the same time, he transformed into a 4-headed and 8-armed state and charged towards the patriarch of the academy with a gaze like lightning. When the patriarch of the academy saw Su Zimo charging over, he did not have time to think and channeled a secret skill to release 3 heads and 6 arms. Not only that, a horsetail whisk, a jade scepter and a long sword appeared in his hands as well. I'll let you have a taste of my divine weapon too. A smug look flashed through the eyes of the patriarch of the academy. These are the tripartite jade scepter, dual polarity horsetail whisk and heartless sword. Even if I didn't create Xinglian and obtain the complete inheritance of the technique repository, I'll still be able to create a divine weapon that belongs to me. The tripartite jade scepter contained the intents of heaven, earth, and man. The dual polarity horsetail whisk contained yin and yang. Those 2 divine weapons were similar to Su Zimo's tripartite jade scepter and Tai horsetail whisk. Even their auras were extremely similar. As for the heartless sword, it was ultimately forged using the longevity sword of the longevity emperor as its foundation. Not only did the patriarch of the academy want to defeat Su Zimo, he wanted to crush Su Zimo in all aspects and eventually replace him. He had already thought of his future path. With those 3 divine weapons, he could successfully inherit the tripartite jade scepter, Tai horsetail whisk and Xinglian sword and fuse them into his own divine weapons. That would allow those 3 divine weapons to reach a higher level. In this way, he would have a better foundation and greater reliance after ascending to the Great Thousand World. Boom! Su Zimo's Chaos World collided with the Patriarch of the Academy's Qian Kun World with a deafening bang. If it was before, Su Zimo's Chaos World would not have been able to fight against the Qian Kun World with the augmentation of the Dao Seal. However, the Patriarch of the Academy's soul was shaken after all, and his essence spirit was affected. As such, the power of the Qian Kun World could not be unleashed to its limits. Although the Qian Kun World still suppressed the Chaos World, it could not shatter it for the time being. The two worlds collided, fought, devoured and tore at each other. The two of them fought in close combat as their blood qi surged. The four-headed and eight-armed Su Zimo and the three-headed and six-armed Academy Patriarch of the Academy clashed. The moment they collided, flesh and blood splattered and a large blood mist erupted. Not only was there Su Zimo's blood, there was also the Academy Patriarch's blood. Neither of them retreated a single step, and their killing intent filled the air. Su Zimo's eyes transformed. One black and one white, they burst forth with two divine lights that shot towards the Academy Patriarch of the Academy. Roar! At the same time, Su Zimo released the roar of the Azure Dragon. His visual technique and sound domain's secret skill were released at the same time. The Academy Patriarch of the Academy had long witnessed the terror of Su Zimo's eyes. Back then, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine talisman that he obtained was dispelled by the mysterious power in Su Zimo's eyes. He was familiar with all of Su Zimo's methods and was prepared for them. The Academy Patriarch of the Academy closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. Two mysterious runes appeared in the depths of his eyes and shone brightly. They were the words Qian Kun. He released a few secret skills in succession and augmented his ears to defend against the impact of the Azure Dragon's roar. Su Zimo's yin-yang divine light shone on the Academy Patriarch's eyes and instantly created a series of resplendent halos. It was as though it had collided with a strong barrier and could not advance. Chapter 32-34. Even the two divine stones, illumination and nether glow, could not injure the Academy Patriarch at all. Su Zimo did not harp on it and changed his move. Using Tai as a brush and Yin and Yang as ink, he wrote 12 strange runes in the starry skies. 6 Ding and 6 Jia of the book, deities and ghosts shall disperse. Accompanied by Su Zimo's chanting, the 12 gods of 6 Ding and 6 Jia descended once more. Although they did not have essence spirit flesh and blood, their melee combat methods were comparable to great emperors. They formed a powerful formation and surrounded the Academy Patriarch. Humph! The Academy Patriarch was calm and merely sneered. Suddenly, a deathly aura burst forth from his body. He conjured hand seals in midair and pointed towards the starry skies, stomping his feet on the ground. Heavenly cycle as tomb, undying spirits. Suddenly, gigantic tombs appeared around the Academy Patriarch. Immediately after, the tombs split open and white bone living beings crawled out one after another. The holes in their eyes emitted a dark light that was sinister and terrifying as they charged towards the 12 heavenly gods with murderous intent. Those undying spirits were only the bones of imperial lords and could not compare to the 12 heavenly gods in terms of combat strength. However, there were way too many of them. They were densely packed and crawled out of the tombs in the starry skies, trapping the 12 heavenly gods in an endless stream. That method clearly originated from the Heaven Burial Sutra. However, there was no such content in the Heaven Burial Sutra that Su Zimo cultivated. In other words, the Heaven Burial Sutra that he saw was incomplete. When Fengdu fought with him, it did not release such a method. There was a high chance that it was because Fengdu did not have a body of flesh and blood. Both sides fought fiercely and ceaselessly. They would deal with whatever came their way, and the battle grew more and more intense. Su Zimo's attacks were ferocious and he had many trump cards. However, they were all resolved by the Academy Patriarch. As for the Academy Patriarch, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were shaken and could not release his peak combat strength. For a moment, it was difficult for him to suppress Su Zimo. The battle was in a stalemate. The Academy Patriarch was in no hurry. His expression was calm and composed. His universe world was augmented by a Dao seal, so he could afford it. As for Su Zimo, the only reason he was able to stand against him was because of the secret techniques of the ancient and modern battles. Su Zimo only had 5 million years of life left. Fighting from the past to the present, 10,000 years in a breath. Every breath was incomparably precious. Su Zimo wouldn't be able to last much longer. The longer it took, the more advantageous it would be for the Patriarch of the Academy. On the road to heaven. Although the 8 great emperors of old had passed away, the war flag that carried the civilization of an era had not fallen. It was still being carried on someone's shoulder, fluttering in the wind. When the person carrying the flag fell, a second person would rush up and pick up the battle flag. The heaven-defying cultivators who walked out of the dreamlike badge were only in the form of souls. They could not last for long, and as time passed, their numbers decreased. However, there were more and more heaven-punishing cultivators on the path to heaven. Countless living beings soared into the sky from all over the 3,000 worlds. There were imperial emperors, immortal kings, true spirits, and even earth immortals and heaven immortals who stepped onto the path to ascension to the heavens. Fight! 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 On the path to heaven, the sounds of killing shook the heavens and war songs echoed. Many living beings had already abandoned their lives and severed their paths of retreat. In this generation, under the lead of Great Emperor Araki Takashi and the 8 great emperors of old, the living beings of the 3,000 worlds were completely awakened. They defied the heavens and attacked the heavenly courts. Even many experts from the Blood World, Tomb Realm, Lifeless World and many other worlds changed sides. The heaven-punishing cultivators of several eras finally gathered in this generation and used their blood and lives to compose a solemn and tragic song. The civilizations of several eras released their final brilliance in this generation. The 9 paths to heaven shone brighter and brighter, illuminating the night sky like 9 blazing fire dragons that coiled and spiraled upwards. The heaven-punishing cultivators who charged at the forefront carried the 10 war flags and puffed out their chests. It was as though they were holding huge torches high. Their gazes were resolute as they burned the heavens. The flames burned on the netherworld array and engulfed everything with the momentum of a prairie fire. The netherworld array could not withstand the attacks of the heaven-punishing cultivators. It was on the verge of collapse and could collapse at any time. In fact, the heaven and earth Dao seal that had originally merged with the middle world was also loosening and becoming dimmer and dimmer. The Academy Patriarch had indeed proven his Dao in the middle world. However, when the living beings of the middle world were all awakened and stood in front of him, he was already incompatible with the entire middle world. The Academy Patriarch was not only fighting against Su Zimo, but also against the living beings of this generation. What he was fighting against were the creatures of the 10,000 races that had existed for countless eras. He was fighting against the brilliant civilizations created by the living beings of several eras. He was fighting against the wills of millions of living beings from ancient times until now. The middle world was not an illusory existence. It was because of the living beings of flesh and blood, the brilliant civilizations, and the unyielding wills that the middle world of today was created. Between heaven and earth. The battle between Su Zimo and the Academy Patriarch was still ongoing. However, as time passed, Su Zimo's lifespan decreased and his body gradually emitted a hint of twilight aura. At that moment, Su Zimo looked much older than him, like an old man who was at the end of his life. The Academy Patriarch looked at the increasing wrinkles on Su Zimo's face and a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. You don't have much time left. In the midst of the battle, the Academy Patriarch still had the strength to speak indifferently. There was no hint of surrender or retreat in Su Zimo's eyes. Even if he fought to the last moment and exhausted his lifespan, he would not retreat. Spatial seal. Immortal Dao seal. Buddhist Dao seal. Fiend Dao Seal. Yin Yang Seal. Massacre Seal. Dream Seal. Time Seal. Storm Seal. Su Zimo released the 9 great forbidden arts once again and released his final killing technique. The 9 prohibitions shrouded the sky and formed a Daoist seal that pressed down on the sect leader of the academy. A trapped beast is still putting up a fight. The academy patriarch chuckled and controlled his heaven and earth Dao seal to smash fiercely toward Su Zimo's 9 restrictions Dao seal. In the middle world, your 9 great forbidden arts can destroy the Lord of Hell, but they can't shake my heaven and earth Dao seal. I am the heavenly emperor and have attained the Dao of the middle world. How can your Dao seal fight against the power and will of the entire middle world? Before he finished speaking, the 2 Dao seals collided heavily and exploded with a deafening bang. A huge halo spread out in all directions. Just as the academy patriarch said, Su Zimo's 9 restrictions Dao seal collapsed and turned into nothingness. However, the academy patriarch's body trembled and the smile on his face froze. A look of shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. How was this possible? Su Zimo's 9 restrictions Dao seal collapsed, and his heaven and earth Dao seal was also dissipating. It was gradually peeling off from the sky of the middle world. His realm was still that of a great emperor. However, the academy patriarch could clearly sense that he was losing control of the middle world. His heaven and earth world no longer resonated with the middle world. End of chapter. Chapter 32-35. The academy patriarch was still a great emperor. But losing the resonance with the middle world meant that he had no advantage in the middle world, and his combat power would be weakened. Just like the Lord of Hell and the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Although they were both great emperors, their seals could not merge with the middle world, and they could not unleash their peak combat power. This was not the only thing that shocked the academy patriarch. He could clearly feel that Su Zimo's aura was rising rapidly, and the power that erupted was becoming more and more ferocious and terrifying. Su Zimo was clearly in his twilight years, and he did not have much lifespan left. He looked like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, but his combat power was increasing instead of decreasing. This increase had far exceeded the academy patriarch's imagination and understanding. The academy patriarch was shocked and bewildered as he looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. Even if Su Zimo had a breakthrough and stepped into the great emperor realm, his combat power would not have increased to this extent. The clan master of the academy immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. The academy patriarch looked at the sky from the corner of his eye, and his body suddenly trembled as he cried out in surprise. There were not many things in the world that could make him lose his composure. In the sky, after the original heaven and earth seal dissipated, another trace of the great Tao vaguely appeared. It was an emerald green Xinglian that was born in the chaos. Tao imprint. This was the symbol of a great emperor. How could it be? The academy patriarch could see through the secrets of the heavens and knew about the past and present. He knew countless secrets from Fengdu, but he could not imagine that he would see such a shocking scene. Su Zimo was just a lesser great emperor, but at this moment, he had reached the heavens in 1 step and revealed a Tao imprint. The difference between a lesser great emperor and a great emperor was a whole realm. A dream. The sect master of the academy bellowed, "This must be a dream. It must be my imagination." Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he could not believe this scene. Not only the patriarch of the academy, but also Su Zimo himself was greatly shocked. But very quickly, he understood the reason. Dai Yu had described the process of confirming one's Tao as a great emperor when they were discussing Tao techniques. The great Tao was formless, invisible and untouchable. It was the hardest to comprehend. Once he understood his own Tao, sensed it, felt the will of the Tao, and experienced the concept of the great Tao, he could try to condense his own Tao imprint in his own world. In other words, as long as one enters the immortal emperor realm and cultivates a world of their own, they can attempt to condense the seal of Tao. But since ancient times, no one had ever succeeded. Firstly, there was a huge gap between the monarch realm and the martial monarch realm. Without the accumulation of cultivation and the accumulation of time, it was difficult to have a deep understanding of the Tao, and thus, it was impossible to condense the Tao seal. Secondly, his world wouldn't be able to withstand it. A Tao imprint meant that one had already touched upon a higher level of power. This was the Tao. Even if there was a monstrously talented genius who could condense a Tao imprint, his minor accomplishment world would not be able to withstand it. It would immediately collapse and even implicate him. It was because of these two reasons that ordinary emperors couldn't become great emperors. And Su Zimo's situation was extremely special. He had just entered the immortal emperor realm and fought with the Lord of Hell, the patriarch of the academy. He didn't have time to sense and comprehend his own Tao. Normally speaking, he wouldn't be able to condense a Tao imprint. However, when he stepped into the true self realm and emperor realm, many ancient memories appeared in his mind. The Tao imprint that belonged to him was hidden in these broken memory fragments. The reason why he could condense the Tao imprint was partly because of the inherited memories of Qinglian. Another important reason was that the 9 paths to heaven had been filled with the will and faith of countless living beings throughout the epochs since ancient times. These faith represented the middle world. It was this endless power of faith that helped Su Zimo condense his Tao imprint. Rather than saying that Su Zimo was the middle world's Tao. Or rather, it was the middle world that chose Su Zimo. And although Su Zimo's world was only at the minor accomplishment level, it was evolved from 5 grotto heavens and could even suppress a great perfection world. It was because of this that the chaos world could withstand it and his Tao imprint could appear. The entire process could be said to be a freak combination of factors and fate. There was no patriarch of the academy who betrayed all living beings, no Su Zimo who risked his life to protect them, no Qinglian's inherited memories, no heaven-punishing cultivators from ancient times, no awakening of all living beings to resist. If there was any missing link in between, it wouldn't have been able to create the current Emperor Araki Takashi. The patriarch of the academy was also an extremely smart person. After a short period of shock, he gradually understood the reason. The power he relied on the most was already in Su Zimo's hands. The power between the two sides had been switched. The patriarch of the academy realized that the outcome was set and it was irreversible. He wanted to turn around and escape to the greater world. However, Su Zimo was already in front of him with the Chaos Tao imprint on his back, cutting off his path of ascension. The world that was condensed with the Chaos Tao imprint suppressed down. Boom! There was a deafening sound. With just a single strike, the patriarch of the academy was sent flying and spewed out a large amount of blood mist. Su Zimo stopped using the mystic skill of battle ancient and modern. According to the Fiend Master, the lifespan of an ordinary emperor could reach 100 million years. Although he had already verified his Tao as an emperor, he was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth and there were no signs of his lifespan increasing. After coming out of the dreamlike token, his lifespan was only left with 5 million years. Up till this point of the battle, most of his lifespan was exhausted and he only had a few 100,000 years left. The current Su Zimo had white hair and looked like an old man in his twilight years. However, his eyes were still clear and his body was still tall. He no longer needed to release battle ancient and modern. He had already verified his Tao as a middle thousand. Although they were both emperors, the patriarch of the academy was no match for him in the middle thousand world. Against the 9 restrictions Tao imprint earlier on, the patriarch of the academy's universe Tao imprint showed signs of dissipating. Now that it was suppressed by Su Zimo's chaos Tao imprint, the universe Tao imprint had already collapsed completely. The patriarch of the academy spat out blood with a pale face. He stood up in an extremely wretched manner and the world behind him was on the verge of collapse. He had lost. Fufufu, the patriarch of the academy lowered his head and laughed maniacally. His laughter grew louder and louder. Su Zimo, I didn't lose to you. The patriarch of the academy jerked his head up and pointed at the heaven-punishing cultivators on the path to heaven. Gritting his teeth, he said, if not for someone helping you and the appearance of these people, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. Su Zimo remained silent and merely looked at the patriarch of the academy quietly. If not for the dream token of the evil emperor, the 8 ancient emperors in the dream token and the heaven-punishing cultivators of multiple eras, he would not have been able to win this battle. You're right, Su Zimo said, you didn't lose to me, you lost to yourself. If not for the fact that you chose this path and abandoned all living beings, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. When the patriarch of the academy heard that, his body swayed slightly as though he had been dealt a heavy blow to his heart. That sentence was like a sharp sword that pierced the Tao heart of the patriarch of the academy. The patriarch of the academy chose this cold-blooded and heartless Tao that severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, he was ultimately implicated by that Tao. What master of heaven and earth, supreme and the only heavenly emperor? In the end, it was all for naught. Right from the start, he was wrong. He had worked hard for half his life and exhausted everything, but he was wrong from the start. Ha 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 ha. The patriarch of the academy laughed maniacally and muttered repeatedly, I lost to myself, I lost to myself, the destruction of the Tao seal, a huge defeat, a painstaking plan that turned into a dream in the end, and the hopelessness of ascension. After this series of blows, Su Zimo pointed out the crux of the matter. The patriarch of the academy's Tao heart was showing signs of collapsing. Elder Xian had a complicated expression as he watched this scene and sighed. It was as if it was fated. Back then, the moment the patriarch of the academy fell from the 10th step of the Tao heart ladder, it seemed to foreshadow today's outcome. His Tao heart could not cross this step in the end. End of chapter. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.